Alright. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream today. Yesterday I said that we were going to spend some time in Eternaland and maybe build some stuff. I've actually changed my mind about that. Don't really have any sort of motivation to start building. So instead what we're going to do today is we're going to do what a viewer recommended. Hey, what's up, Nuclear? Actually, it was Nuclear who recommended that we go and see about farming up some rare materials, like some rare hides and stuff like that. So we're gonna do that because that sounds like some fun. So let's go. I don't know why I'm trying to glide down. I could have just teleported down. But now I've come too far, and I can't go back. Hey, what's up, Get Wrecked? It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. How are you? How you doing? How you been? How is life, the universe, and everything? No, I haven't been having any problem with GeForce Now. That's what I'm on right now, so... It could be a regional thing. Where do you play from? Every now and then I also... Granada, okay. Could be a regional thing. Every now and then I also have a problem where I have to restart GeForce Now. And so if you go into your device manager, or not your device manager, your task manager, and go into your oh shoot, I'm dying. Well, that's too bad. That was interesting. Died flying all the way up in the air. That's hilarious. Always, Party Wizard. But if you go into your task manager and completely close down the process for NVIDIA GeForce Now and then restart it, you might find that that solves your problem. Get wrecked. Please tell me I don't have... Okay. But we gotta go ahead and get the fudge out of here then. Let's go to a warmer climate. It'll be good over here. Yeah, I don't know why, but sometimes when I get it all the way closed out, it starts to work a little better and then I can jump on and play again. Sometimes I have had to go as far as to completely reset the game, but that doesn't happen very often. You know, I'm really just gonna kind of go for all of them. I don't have a specific one that I'm trying to look for. Why did that take so many shots? Ah, because there were two of them. I see your base has been relocated. How high up were you able to make it? We made it all the way to the top, Charles. All the way to the tippy top. There's another person that's actually based right here at the very tippy top. But we managed to glide from all the way over here, all the way down to over here before hitting the ground. We got through like 5.5 full glides. It was a stupid amount of fun. But now we're just going to kind of look around. Oops. I was playing freaking New World last night. I wasn't gonna play the new season of New World or the new Fresh Start servers, but my older brother's been playing them for the last 5 days and has been having quite a bit of fun, so I went ahead and just went with it. And I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. But it uses E instead of F for doing stuff. And now it's got my button pressing all jacked up. Gonna keep trying to spawn my stupid... Yeah, we need to go back to the base. Hey, what's up, Khaleesi? How are you? Very nice. I need to stop slacking and move my base somewhere useful. Probably oil again, since I have never seen a reason to farm acid. Yeah, I mean, I don't even see a reason to farm oil in this season. There don't seem to be any things that I need it for. Maybe something will come up in the future, but right now I don't really see any purpose. Let's go into this. I don't have any of the materials I need for this. Are you serious? F punches your horse in Red Dead Redemption 2. It's been problematic for me. That's funny, Wizard. That's funny. Still got the same issue. Maybe I'll try later when I get home. Could also be connection and work. That might be it. Get wrecked. That might be it. I need oil for processing, spatialization. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Also got sulfur chemist to make acid if I need it. And we got the ability to turn sulfur into hot rock. Ooh, that's nice. Started training up my alt earlier to set it up as an oil/acid food farm. Hey, there we go, Khaleesi. Khaleesi's getting after it. Got an alt and everything. I didn't bring any of my alts in. I might at some point, but that's probably not. Give me my steel ingots. Let me make my bullets. Rifle bullets. 7,000 steel rifle bullets. Fuck, I go through bullets. Hey, what's up, Gooch? It's going great. How are you today? And we got all kinds of folks in here. You need bullets. I have the ammo factory bench buff. So 7k is probably over 10k on my bench. You gotta come to X0002. I can't come over there. The gear and weapons on my alt suck worse than a toothless budgie. I don't know what the fuck a toothless budgie is. But it sounds like it sucks. A lot. Hmm. Alright, 4,000 bullets is enough for now. Let's go ahead and get teleported out somewhere. I didn't like this spot. Let's try right over here. Busy making dinner. Oop. Pick up the raven egg. I wonder if higher level creatures will give a better chance of giving the higher tier stuff. By the way, if you want to farm for good skins, Wishland East, and the petting zoo has multiple different animals to kill / farm, and they all have the ability to drop rare skins. Okay. Cool. There's not a ton of those animals over there, though, are there? Do they respawn fairly quickly? Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. I think it's like 4 crocodiles, about 10 flamingos, and a couple / few of each other animal. Okay, cool. We might head over there. Might head over there. I don't think the flamingos have special hides, though, do they? I know you can get like special colors when you tame a flamingo, but I'm looking for like the epic and legendary, or I think they're just epic, but the epic hides. They drop feathers to make the velvet. Right, but is there like a special kind of velvet? Because what we're looking for is specifically the hides that are like different regional hides that give better bonuses. Yeah. Yeah, so instead of just reindeer hide, there's also an epic version of reindeer hide. Well, there's 2 epic versions. Actually, there might not be of reindeer, it might just be deer hide. Honestly, I think I might have to go and look again. I wonder. Wonder if reindeers can even give me special types of deer hides. Might just be fucking up here. But yeah, I mean, we're just gonna be murdering an obscene amount of adorable little creatures. Gathering up their hides. Whoops. By the way, have you seen a single super anomaly yet? We were talking about it yesterday. We were swearing that the devs fucked up and wasted... you know, I haven't seen any of the super anomalies yet. That's true. That's interesting. I think there are some special bear hides. I don't know much about it, but I'm planning a trip to the northern icebergs to see if the polar bears give me anything special. That's an interesting idea. Whoops. Give me a level 3 Digby boy. Hey, what's up, Nemanja? How are you today? Some guy having an ice Digby? You mean the prismatic Digby? It's all super blue and kind of clear. Oh, you should play New World more often. You have used your deviations more in the past 15 minutes than the entire first 3 seasons. You know what, Charles? You can fuck yourself. How about that? How about that? I'm a real gamer, okay? But it's ice form? Are you talking about it looks different than this one? Let's go where you can actually see it. It looks different than this right here? If there are new shiny deviations, why do that when my... You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. If there's new shiny deviations and they didn't put out like any information or anything on it, and there's no information in the seasonal info, I'm gonna get pretty disappointed. I like to be able to find that information, know what it is I'm trying to accomplish, you know? I haven't seen new shiny deviations, but I have seen the Prism/Gold Digby in Way of Winter, unless you count the Pumpkin Bee and Gingerbread Maiden. Yeah, I do know that the Prism deviation, or the shiny deviations, do seem to be available in this scenario, which is something that I'm kind of annoyed they didn't go ahead and put in the scenario info, because, you know, people want shiny deviations, and they want to know when and where they can get them, so that they can farm them. You know, we rely on those sources of information for the stuff that we do, and when those sources of information are giving wrong information, that's not fun. Also, apparently people are claiming that they have caught eels in Way of Winter, but it's not the season list. Yeah, I saw that too. I haven't gone to verify one way or the other as to whether or not that's possible. I have been seeing that also. I thought it was Prism, but it was looking different and smoke was coming from him like ice. Well, that's interesting. Well, we're gonna keep on, we're gonna keep on farming this stuff, and during that time, we're gonna get more silver and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll get some Digbies, and maybe we'll get it, and we can see whether or not it's different. Or if maybe just the Prism Digby looks funny in this particular season, or something like that. Or maybe there's something about the Prism Digby that we never noticed before. I don't really know. I'm gonna be pretty put out though if there are new shinies and that information wasn't provided in the regular place. You can get special bunny fur. You can basically get every type of fur, even crocodiles and stuff have special hides. So this should be pretty interesting. The crafting of your gear is becoming so intricate now. We have special hides, we have the infusion stuff from that PvP season, we have just tons and tons of stuff. Honestly, that's going to start becoming something interesting about the gear, is because you have to have specializations to craft those special fabrics, the gene fabrics from the PvP season. I don't think it's possible to bring those fabrics into Eternaland, right? Because Eternaland doesn't allow you to bring anything related to a specialization into Eternaland. So in order to move gear over from Eternaland into new seasons, or to move gear with those genes into new seasons, you would have to actually bring the gear from that PvP season completely crafted over. I wonder how much it would take to make that transfer happen. Let's take a look at armor. This is a fully calibrated piece of tier 5 gear, and it takes 5,000. Okay, that's interesting. Wait, what pumpkin bee and gingerbread maiden? Where do you get those? So if you look in, I believe it's the shop, the season shop. Hang on just a second. Nope, not the season shop. Oh, where is it? Is it in the event? Events daily. Okay, got it. Here we go. So you've got your weekly gift shop and our weekly gift event. And if you go into this shop here, you have the Shattered Maiden and the Pumpkin Lantern Buzzy Bee. They require these points that you get from doing the... Oh, wow. It's these Wishland sugars. I can actually go ahead and buy one now. Let's go do that. Do I want the Shattered Maiden? The Shattered Maiden is probably more valuable from a from a use perspective. I think we'll start with the Buzzy Bee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nice. I like that there are so many ways. They've started incorporating different ways for getting the shiny deviations, because it really is a lot of fun to collect those. And having lots of different ways to get them and different stuff that you can do to get them, and knowing that a lot of these are going to be fairly exclusive. Right, like this Buzzy Bee probably isn't going to come back, if it comes back at all, until next season or next year at the same time, right? Because it's very seasonal, which means we've got a whole year of new players coming and joining in where they just don't have this specific deviation. But I actually wanted to go up there, not be down here. I think I don't want to go this way. Well, doo-doo. Okay, apparently I can jump up this. With all these new deviants, they must give us more securement thingies. You know, that's fair. We do want lots more securement thingies. I don't think that's probably ever going to change, though. Maybe in Eternaland it might change, but it seems unlikely that it's going to change in the main game, just because the number of securement units you have is more about the number of deviations you can have being useful at any given time than it is about being able to show them off. So yeah, I just don't see us getting the ability to store or have more deviations in the season. You know, in Eternaland, sure, but I just don't see that happening in regular season play. Let me up. I feel like they've changed the hitbox on this, because the other day it was much easier to get up on these and stay on them. I don't really know what's going on. I don't really see that happening. Even in Eternaland, they limit us to 8 territory deviants, and I truly can't see the point in that. Yeah, the 8 territory deviants in Eternaland is a little meh. I mean, the reason for it has nothing to do with them wanting to limit what you can do in Eternaland. It has to do with just the limits of Eternaland itself, because there's only so much activity that can be going on in your Eternaland instance at a time before you're going to start seeing lots of really bad lag issues and stuff like that. What's up, Mr. Bean? I'm back. How are you? So... Alright, here we go. I think we're finally getting up to the side that I want to be on. No, I haven't done the mailbox yet. Is it back in here? I have the battery. I just haven't actually done the mailbox. Don't know where the mailbox is. Is that it? Or is that the battery? Mailbox link. Yep, definitely muted again. Thanks, Charles. I don't think that this ride is going to take me anywhere interesting. How sad. Oof, almost fell out. I wish they would give us better looking furniture and maybe some curtains in the BP loot. Yeah. I wish that they would do that for y'all's sake. Y'all know that I don't give a shit about the way anything looks. But it would be nice for y'all's sake. You could have some cooler BPs and stuff for making nice pretty houses. Alright. I'm really sad that they added this fairy tale castle pack instead of giving us like a log cabin or gothic pack. I mean, honestly, I wish that they would stop trying to make so many cosmetics for your character and just focus more on your constructions and stuff. I have a real base. It's not a real pretty base, but it's a real base. How dare you deny the realness of my base? So you just got shitted on, dude. Ouch. That hurt. I just got shitted on. Did you see that though? I just did that on purpose. His base could not be any more basier. Yo, what's up, TPG? How are you today? Okay, I feel like I'm missing where some of these creatures are. This place is so hard to get around. I know we've got the bear over here. It's just a platform, and such a sad platform, that even the most woke of the woke wouldn't use it to preach the wokeness. I mean, I don't... Never mind. Now the house and base stuff is super nice, but a little old, unemployed. Yeah. Yeah, I feel y'all on that. I feel y'all on that. How do I get down? How do I get down? Yeah, I just don't think there's probably going to be enough creatures to make this a viable way to farm skins. Oops. We're just gonna go back outside. Owie. Yeah, I think I'm in the wrong area too, Charles. But even so, I mean, if there's only a couple of crocodiles and some flamingos, the flamingos don't even have special skins. So I just don't think it was going to be viable as an option anyway. I just happened to be close by, so I decided I'd go in there. But after further consideration, just don't think going to be as effective as running around aimlessly killing things. Is there a Wishland that doesn't have the shadow creatures? I thought both sides of Wishland had the shadow creatures. Hey, Janine Cohen, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you? Hey, what's up, Drone? It's been a hot minute, how are you? How you been? Haven't had the chance to find you on the server yet, been trying to get leveled. Oh, are you over here on X0001? If you are, do yourself a favor, try and get into the, or go sign up for the Biscotti Bandits. The Hive. We'll get you in the Hive the next time Dabatron is on. Yeah. Eastern, so I think, so I think there's a misname in here because this is called Wishland East and this is called Wishland Eastern Park. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Wishland West and Wishland Eastern Park, but whatever. Okay, dinner done, so time to switch watching on phone so I can get back to grinding. Hey, there you go. Interesting. I didn't realize it didn't have shades. I thought that I just hadn't run into any because there were lots of people who were running around killing everything. Gonna go swim up the waterfall. Were you able to confirm my question about the gear/hides earlier? What question about the gear/hides? I don't believe I did, because I don't even know what question you're talking about. I must have missed the chat. People in World Chat yesterday said that 2 pieces of gear with the same hides don't stack, so you couldn't put seal hides on both chest and legs. Interesting. I have not had an opportunity to test if that's true or not, but we will test the next time we go back to base. I will see. Well, actually, we can test it right now. I have 2 pieces of hide, or 2 pieces of gear with the same hides. You motherless motherfuckers. Okay. So I have 2 pieces. So right now, if we look in here, you can see kind of where the cozy area is. -10 to 30 degrees. So let's go into our gear, and I have reindeer hide, so cold resist. And then I believe on my chest armor I also have reindeer hide, so cold resist. They don't have to fuck their mothers, Charles. Any mothers. Are we going to make another hive for our alts, or is there enough room for them? We would definitely have to make another hive for the alts, TPG. I don't think there's enough room for everybody to have alts in here. So we see here that -10 is our max for cozy here, I think. So let's go ahead and remove this gear. I believe it's you takes that off. Okay, and then let's go ahead and remove this gear. I believe you takes that off. And I haven't seen a change at all. Okay, well let's take this out and let's see in our defensive stats here. Is there a stat location on here anywhere? Cold resist. Alright, so we've got cold and frost resist 20. Heat and burn resist. So let's take a look at that. Let's put that back on and see how that changes things. Cold resist is still 20. I'm not gaining any benefits from any of these. Do I have another piece that's got cold resist somewhere? Crit damage reduction, elemental damage, grain yield. This one has nothing. Yeah, I'm getting no benefit from these. At all. Which is just fucking weird. Something's broken. Something's real broken. I don't like it. I think there's a bug with the stats. I saw Doomerus had to relog for the cold resist stat to show correctly. Interesting. Well, let's give that a try then. Let's go into our inventory, let's go to our gear, let's take our chest piece off. And then let's do the old relog. Hey, what's up, Amaria Wong? Nice to see a new face in the chat. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you? How are you enjoying your once human time? And let's go ahead and enter here. And let's go to my inventory. Go to gear. B button here. Okay, so we're down to 15. So that definitely changed. So then let's go lose another. Still didn't change again. I think you can stack the same kinds. I think whoever said that was probably wrong. Sorry, Party Wizard, I missed you there, but I'm glad you were able to find it. and now we're down to 10. So it definitely stacks. Because both of mine are reindeer hides. So I don't know what those people were talking about. I'm at work and I have nothing better to do, so I decided to drop by here. Well, nice. That's honestly a really common thing for people who watch my channel specifically. They all seem to do it from work during the day. Yeah, no problem. Sometimes you have to back out of the screen when you change something and then go back to it. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I have seal hides in both of mine, I believe. Okay. You should be good to go. Unless specifically seal hide is broken. What's this down here? It's got a big red thing around it, like there's a little side quest thing down there. Let's go find out. Let's go see what's going on. I think with all my buffs and stuff, I can get like plus 70 cold resist. Dang, dude. You're being way more active about that than I am. I have enough to get around to what I'm trying to do. That's good enough for me. Warning. What do we have a warning for? Yeah, I think somebody did mention that this looks a lot like Master Roshi's house. But it doesn't look like there's anything to do here. What's with the big red warning sign? Believe you are right. Missing. Is Master Roshi missing? Poor Master Roshi. It's a haunted house? How is it haunted? I want to be haunted. Haunt me. Haunt me, you ghost. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's anything in here. How sad. Yeah, I get plus 20 from my gear, another plus 20 from cooked spike tomatoes, plus 10 from lanterns, plus 10 from snowmobile, plus 10 from bed stuff. That's not counting any camp/furnace. Wow. I wish the game added unique quests for special locations like these. Yeah, it would be cool if they added some quest lines like that. You know, I mean, we do get some side quests in Maria, but some more interesting stuff to go along with some of the Easter eggs, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Easter egg that's down in the Wishland. Would also be cool. You get plus 20 from your cooked spike tomatoes? How do you get plus 20 from your cooked spike tomatoes, Charles? Do you have some sort of a food buff for your stove or something? I have a specialization where any grilled gish gives plus 10 cold resist and spike tomatoes already give plus 10. Got it. Got it. That's what I figured it must have been. Yeah, exactly. Unique rewards would be nice instead of the usual gear crates you find. Yeah, there's quite a bit of opportunity for like some special interesting things in this game. They have pretty dynamic and interesting worlds that we're playing in. And so being a little more specific maybe with your rewards instead of allowing it to be sort of random might be a lot of fun. At least in some instances, you know? And that would be a great way to get blueprints outside of the regular mystical crates, would be to go through and find some of these special places and be able to get blueprints that are associated specifically with that. You know, like Master Roshi. I saw a video earlier where someone made a 4x4 foundation platform, set up their gear/pipelines disassembly furnace purification thing, and was able to set it inside that pink house. And then do a full 40 level 3 cortex purification. Never take any damage to the house without killing anything. Well, that's interesting. That's kind of an exploit, though. You're definitely not supposed to be able to build inside of things, so I would be careful if you do build inside of things. Because you might end up catching yourself a 1-week ban. And we don't want that. Technically, they built outside of it first and then set it inside. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's an exploit, though. Is you had to go through all those extra steps to make it happen. And so normally, I would say, more power to you, make it happen. Specifically in this game, stuff like that is a bad idea. Because the dev team has already shown that they're going to give people temporary or even permanent bans for stuff like that. You know, when I play Ark, I do, you know, the wall stacking and the ceiling stacking and use all the different little build tricks that I can to make my house as impenetrable as possible. I think I prefer the Frost M4, Amaria. I really like both weapons, but the Frost M4 feels really, really good. The Pyro Shotgun is super cool, but just the way the weapon handles suits me a lot better with the M4. I don't think I've gotten a single epic tier hide yet. I'm a little worried actually that these reindeer won't drop the deer hides. Need to get the boots and start using the Rising Sun. I'm still using Pyro Dino. I mean, Pyro Dinos is still good. Did you get all the attachments for the M4? I have some good attachments. I don't think I got all of the ones that people specifically use on this one. But I have a full set of legendary attachments. I already bought the Pyro Shotgun, but haven't made the armor, Pyro Boots, or gloves. Are there boots as well that I can use? I made the gloves. I didn't realize that there were also fire boots. Well, shiznit. Oh, I haven't bought the new fire boots. Because the fire rune boots, when any target nearby is inflicted with burn, there's a 50% chance to generate a deviated particle. Picking it up increases blaze damage. Okay. Yeah, I haven't made those yet. Because I haven't gotten them. Because I haven't done the wish machine thing yet. wrecked. Nerd. I mean, that's fair. I am enjoying... It doesn't... I don't know, I don't ever feel like I see the explosion from the fire gloves. I don't know if maybe I don't cause enough burns or what. I don't ever feel like I've noticed. Alright, let's see in all of our hides here. Have we gotten any of the epic hides? We have not. My goodness. This is just awful. To me, it's the fact that burn lagged out Prime War previously. It's the only reason I've avoided before. I agree. It is unfortunate that one build specifically seems to have such a detrimental effect on large group play, because it really does limit the ability of people to try out those builds and make them happen. I haven't tried to use the hardy gloves, but if I did, I would slot in the mod that says when you lose burn stacks, you only lose 50%. You know what? You're absolutely right. That is for sure. Oh, actually, I think it's this weapon. Nope. I'm fairly certain I have that mod. Maybe I don't, though. I feel like I did have that mod at some point. Triggering burn has 25% chance to get 1+1 burn stacks. Why did I move away? When burn is removed, stacks only minus 50%. %25 chance to add an extra stack. Why did I decide that this was better? Because I had this on at first. Why did I decide that this other one was better? Don't know. Don't remember. What triggers the shotgun? It's a 25% chance to cause, or 27% chance to cause burn on hit. That sound was somebody doing a purification right there next to me. Maria. There was 2 of them in there. Where's my epic hides? Come on now. Sounds like they were indecisive about doing the purification, maybe. Maybe they were intentionally making noise. Just to be making noise. Sometimes people like to just be doing things, be making noises. Which I can totally understand, because I like to be on here just talking, making noise myself, so. Who am I? Tell somebody not to do that. I'm all for making some of these hides and stuff rare. But goodness gracious. What are we doing over here? Are you at tier 3 or 4 on your armor and weapons? I'm tier 3 right now. TPG. I got one epic rabbit hide today, but sadly I'm still in the Prismverse server. Gross. Gotta get out of there. Prismverse was such an unfun experience. Yeah, I didn't want to have to like bring over the resources to make the tier 4 stuff. TPG. So I'm just rocking tier 3. Honestly, probably what's going to end up being best is instead of trying to do to farm these special hides by killing enemies, it's probably just going to be best to do some ranching to get the special hides. I imagine that's going to be the easiest way to go about it. The best spot that I've found for iron is right up in here. But Khaleesi, and I haven't gone to check to verify this yet, said that right up over here is some really good iron. So if you just come down to this teleport and just look around here, apparently there's tons and tons of iron down there is what Khaleesi said. I haven't gone to check for myself yet, but Khaleesi's pretty trustworthy. Yeah, gotta get that freaking iron, man. Go through steel like it's nothing. Especially making these freaking bullets. I miss my sniper rifles so bad. Ooh, look at all them cows over there. Let's go get them. One bison, 2 bison, 3 bison, 4 bison. What can you craft with the epic hide? So the epic hides are just like the deviated vegetables, Amaria. They change the effects that are given when you add them into your weapons and armor and stuff. We'll go check it out real quick. So if we look, let's go ahead and teleport ourselves back up to our base up here. Can relate, but unstable Vommer Jaws guy now. Black Panther is still one of the best weapons to tier 3 to 4. Absolutely. I love Black Panther. It's my favorite weapon. And still, I think, one of the best PvP weapons in the game. So if you look over here, well, that's... No. You stupid piece of crap. There we go. So if we look over here, when we go to craft armor, you have your hides over here. And so your regular reindeer hide gives you cold resist, your regular deer hide gives you cold resist, but then you have deer hide highland deer, and forest deer, and tundra deer that all give different amounts of cold resist. So this one's going to give cold resist and frost resist plus 10, sprint speed plus 5%. And then your tundra deer is going to give cold resist, frost resist plus 15. And your highland deer, oh, that's the sprint speed. Your forest deer gives cold and frost resist plus 5, When noticed by enemy, sprint speed minus 10%. Well, that's really bad. You don't want that at all. Yeah, so you just end up with a bunch of different... Amaria, I think Black Panther is better than the Bingo, but that's just because I personally like the Fortress Warfare style. I like making sure that I kill everything in one hit. And so I really like the Black Panther. With no mods, yeah, Black Panther is better. Bingo requires making... then swapping to a high damage weapon. Yeah. Woohoo, just got a level 3 tar pudding. Oh, hey, nice, Khaleesi. Congratulations. Congratulations. But then if we look, we've got Rabbit Fur has cold resist. We've got Dreamy Rabbit Fur that gives 10 cold resist, 5 heat resist. We've got Lucky Rabbit Fur that gives 10 cold resist and plus 5% damage reduction when not in combat. You've got these wolves that give cold resist and dampen duration plus 100%. I don't even know what that means. Plus 3 cold resist per teammate. What? Mountain wool, dampen plus 100%. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff in here. Bearskin gives cold resist, recover 3% of HP upon defeating an enemy at 10 degrees Celsius or below. Yeah, no, I think these are really great. This cowhide does plus max load 20, that's great. Yeah, so many cool hides and stuff in there. I agree, it wasn't just the Rosetta drone special or customization that was fun though. The injections had a similar customization system to the drones. And so I really enjoyed just the whole mechanic. I wish that maybe that was something that we kept getting that wasn't just unique to that PvP experience. Because the PvP was not great. But the way they handled those specializations was pretty fun. And I'd like to maybe get to keep interacting with that without having to go to that PvP scenario. Please give me some epic hides. I need some freaking epic hides. I'm mostly worried about getting these so that when I make my tier 5 gear, I can just make good tier 5 gear and then just not worry. Gonna have my lunch break, see you in an hour. Yeah, have a good lunch, Amaria. Can't wait for you to get back. I like new things coming in also. I don't like the deviations I spent ages farming are now common. But it is what it is. I understand why they've done it. Yeah, I mean, especially the standard deviations. You know, things like Mr. Wish and Dr. Teddy and stuff like that. Like, it was cool that they weren't really easy to get right off the bat. But I think because, you know, you're going to be making newer deviations all the time, so making those new deviations may be a little difficult to get sometimes, or having some new deviations that are a little difficult to get. and then opening them up and making them, ooh, I just got a legendary cowhide. But opening them up and making them easier to get maybe 1 or 2 or 3 scenarios down the road, I think is probably a good idea. We got 4 legendary cowhides. Okay. What's up? I see you. I see you. Gave me a reason to go to PvP, that's simple. I mean, yeah, but you don't necessarily want to make people go to PvP. I think the developers are starting to realize that they have 2 very distinct player bases. They have a PvP player base and a PvE player base. And so while it's great for things to be difficult to get in those areas, I think forcing players to play PvP was probably a bad move, because your players who don't play PvP aren't ever going to enjoy PvP. And I think we saw that with this most recent scenario. Because a lot of PvE players tried out this new PvP season. Like a lot of PvE players tried out this new PvP season. And unanimously, it was not received well. So I think we need to give up on trying to get players from both places to try out the different stuff from each place, and just realize that we have 2 different groups of people. But hopefully we continue that trend, and we don't end up stuck having to do all of those PvP contents in order to get certain things. I got to admit, this is pretty fun for me. I really enjoy just running around killing things and farming things, and it's what I did for a lot of hours. I just started playing New World yesterday. Like I said, my older brother's been playing it since the new fresh start. And I wasn't ever going to play it, but he mentioned that it is significantly better now than it was. And I have to agree. I have been enjoying it quite a bit. And they've changed the art style up a little bit, and they've redone a bunch of animations, and the world just is a lot fuller with like vegetation and stuff like that. And so the map just is a lot more interesting to walk around, which was never really a problem for New World in the first place. Really want the Masonic Pyramid, but really don't fancy playing PvP to get it. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, Drone, I think what's probably going to be happening from now on in my streams is I'm going to do like I normally do and play Once Human. And I'm going to probably try and get, 4 or 5 hours of Once Human in every day. Because I just don't think that there's more than 4 or 5 hours a day worth of content in Once Human. And then after I do my 4 or 5 hours of Once Human, because I don't want to quit this stream after 4 or 5 hours, then I'll probably just roll over to New World or some other game. It might not stay as New World, but then instead of just being stuck to playing only one game, we'll have multiple games to try out and do some different stuff with. But we don't, escape or run away from Once Human, because I really like Once Human. I think it's probably going to end up being one of the greatest games of all time, because it's just got such a unique system. And So I'm just really excited to keep seeing where this game goes, and I don't want to be bouncing back and forth, you know? I want to play someone's human every day. But I want to have longer streams. I don't like stopping streaming. You know, yesterday we stopped after what, it was like 5 hours, and then I just felt completely lost. Like I had no idea what to do with the rest of my day. I didn't feel like I was accomplishing anything. I didn't feel like I was doing what I needed to be doing. Like I really, especially because I'm early on in growing my channel, I really just feel like I should be streaming just all the time. Especially because I don't want to put like long form content and stuff out there. 3-hour reset? What 3-hour reset? You mean the 6-hour reset with NVIDIA GeForce Now? It is not gone now. I thought this cow was dead. He was not. He came at me. He was angry. Oh, I'm overweight. Get rid of that. I'm gonna have to go put all my hides away. I'd say regular times of streaming is more important than the hours you can stream for, like a TV program I'm tuning in, etc. Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that it needs to be a standardized time, and that's why I try and always log in at the same time every day. But for my own sake, and because, you know, the longer I stream, obviously the more people are going to be able to see the stream. Like, I enjoy streaming so much that I don't want to be turning off my stream after 5 hours and then, you know, twiddling my thumbs for the rest of the day. Okay. Thanks a lot, game. What are you doing to me? I just want to try and find my chests. Am I right next to my chests? Yeah, I am. There we go. We'll just put all this stuff in the chest real quick. Perfect. They regularly... I mean, my life really does allow it, though. I am currently unemployed. You can fix it by just running. If you just run into the blackness, eventually it'll clear. But it looks like teleporting fixes it too. It's just a weird localized thing. But so I do have the ability to be on all day, every day. And so I want to utilize that ability to do as much as I can and to play as much as I can. And there's just a limit to how that works with this game specifically. One of the things that I love the most about this game is how approachable it is and how casual friendly it is. But because of that, it also really has difficulty, you know, with just long-term play like I do. they have to keep doing things like these legendary hides and stuff. Or, you know, when we first got the shiny deviations, they were so much more difficult to get. And, you know, they were trying to do stuff like that so that those of us who play all the time had something to grind. But then they remembered that they wanted casual players to be able to get those things too. And so they drastically increased the drop rates and your ability to achieve those goals. And that's just going to continue to be something that happens in this game. And I think it's a good thing. I don't want it to stop happening. But it does mean that there is a limited amount of time each day that we can really be doing interesting things in this game. And so we're going to do those things, and we're going to play as much as we can. And then we will find some other way to absorb. You know, I'd like to be streaming at least 8 to 12 hours a day. It's going to be a little rough on my voice, but I think these past 3 or so months that I've been streaming have been a good warm-up. You know, they've gotten me to a point where my voice doesn't necessarily get quite so hoarse. And as long as I drink a lot of water and, you know, take a couple of breaks to get something to eat, I should be just fine. I'm also getting more comfortable with streaming and talking to you all the time. So it's a lot less of a burden on my focus to be able to do that. When I first started streaming, I was really, really concerned about Oh, I agree. I think this is going to be great. I'm really happy to be moving in a direction that isn't towards another 9-to-5 job. You know, I don't like having bosses. I don't like, you know, people being in charge of me, and I really don't like being in charge of people. And I sort of have this natural propensity to move up the ranks because I'm a fairly well-spoken, fairly intelligent individual. But I don't like that. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I was just so concerned before about identifying content to play and making sure that there was always something interesting going on the screen. And I'm starting to realize more and more now that that's not necessarily the most important thing that goes on. You know, it's the interaction, it's us talking about the game, it's us talking about games in general, it's us talking about, you know, maybe even things outside of the games that we're playing. And so there's not necessarily this need to always be playing the most exciting content in the game 100% of the time. We can do some silly stuff like this. I mean, some of my most popular streams were when I was running around doing shiny deviation farming. And that was some of the most boring, repetitive stuff that we've ever done. But it opened up the opportunity for a little more conversation. And I think that made a lot more people kind of stick around and stay tuned in. So we'll be moving towards, you know, some more of that. Just trying to be more relaxed, enjoy our time, run around, kill some stuff. It was weird. This happened especially a lot in Throne and Liberty. But even during the last PvP season, my viewership actually drops when I play PvP by a lot. Because I'm not so good at this game that my PvP is just wildly interesting. Right? There are players like Doomerus and stuff like that who are just outrageously good at PvP. And so when he plays PvP, it's really, really... yeah, I agree with that too. I think definitely going and looking at those farming routes was important. But, you know, that guy's so good at PvP that when he plays a PvP season, you know, people want to go and watch that action. And while I think I'm good at the game, you know, and I'm happy with how good I am at the game, I'm not on that level. And so my gameplay can't hold my stream up on its own. And I get too focused and I stop talking. And that really kills my viewership, which is... Well, I agree with that. I definitely think PvP in this game is broken. But there are still players out there who make it look good. there are still lots of people out there having fun playing PvP, even if it's a little busted. And those people are just primarily really, really good PvP players. And you know, I mean, it's important to identify what you're good at and focus on those things, and what you enjoy. Right? Even if you enjoy something that you're bad at, you should probably go ahead and do it anyway, because you're gonna get a lot more enjoyment out of it than trying to force yourself to do something you're good at that you hate. Hey now. That was cool. I love these icicles. They're so much fun. They're so much fun. Ollie's territory. Top streamers are going to have top connection to the internet. Was my... Oh, okay. Got it. I mean, just being in the US in general. Like, it's pretty easy to get a really good internet connection. He's got that survival hermit flat plank of wood base. Alright, I respect it. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. Empty luck box. This person actually has a pretty interesting base. Oh, they've got their morels growing already. Good for them. What do you got in the vending machine here, buddy? Some gold ore, some gathering gloves. And in your backpack, there's a 6% chance to double the seeds when acquiring plant seeds. Only 6% chance, huh? That's too bad. Hell, yeah, ain't really got nothing interesting. What service do you use again? No, I use NVIDIA GeForce Now drone. Yeah, but I think they can get up to 12%. And I've got so many seeds and stuff that it's not really a big deal for me. I need more of these legendary cowhides. Where's my cowhides at? I am getting a little bit better at controlling my recoil on this rifle though, and that's making me pretty happy. The recoil in this game is fairly simple. It doesn't have a whole lot of left to right, it's mostly just up and down recoil, which I very much like. I feel like they could have added an end of the rainbow challenge. Yeah, actually, I was thinking the exact same thing just the other day, Drone. I would love to maybe be able to find the end of the rainbow and find a little something. But I tried to find the end of the rainbow the other day, and it didn't really work out. Oh, look, it's the bus. The bus is so broken this season. It's never on the freaking road, dude. I don't even know what's going on with this thing. Surely they're going to change the drop rates. Or maybe give you some way to identify. That's what they really should do. Is give you some way to identify when a creature is going to drop the rare materials. Just like you have the look of the deviated plants. If there was, you know, a deviated glow or something like that on the creatures. So that you could know, like, oh, okay, that creature is going to drop me. Well, so you do have those, but I don't think those identify whether or not you're going to be getting the legendary stuff from them. But yeah, I mean, just anything. It could be a glow, it could be a different skin, it could be anything. But just some way that they could identify visually, like, hey, this creature has rare leather. And it doesn't even have to be, like, super obvious. You know, it can be one of those things that you have to really be paying attention to see. Although I would prefer that it was at least fairly obvious. And then you just go kill that creature specifically. But we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would be down with albino animals being the ones that give rare skins. Make them a little shiny. Give them like a little gold sheen. Actually, that's not true. Because the rareness is based on deviation. Blue Classic Game. Hey, what's up, Blue? Hey, and Low-Key. Nice. We ended up on X0001, Low-Key. Hi there, does other player can steal your things when they enter your territory or house? No, Lou, they cannot steal your things. You have to give them permission to access your resources and stuff. Now, if you do give them permission to use your structures and access your storages, then they absolutely can. So if you friend somebody to do a trade or something like that, make sure you assign them specific permissions so that they're not able to access that stuff. So if I take a look here, I'll show you. If I take a look in my friends list here, I've got this person crafts dealers in my hive, and if you look at their friends' permissions, for some reason they don't have permission to build and stuff in my territory, but we're going to give them permission. By default, you have access to facilities. Access to facilities means that they're going to be able to pick your crops. Hey, nice. We're the Biscotti Bandits, low-key. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to. So, access to facilities is automatic, and they can gather your crops if you give them access to facilities. So if you don't know the person and you don't want them to be able to take your crops, make sure to turn this off, because that's default on. And then building and storage are default disabled, and you have to enable them for them to be able to go in and take your storage stuff. But no, they can't just walk in and start stealing your things. Stupid jerk. Just running around killing creatures. So we've been doing this for about an hour and 45 minutes now. And we have only gotten the rare materials one time, which really is bad. With the way the ranching system works right now and the fact that you can only have 6 creatures at a time, not being able to farm up these more rare materials quickly is not great. Because this game, like I keep saying, because this game tries so hard to be casual friendly, you need to take a look at how many resources do you need as a player to... I play later on, need solo explore first. After that, can start joining others. Yeah, absolutely, Lou. I mean, I play most of this game solo. I get together with my tribe every now and then. Or my hive every now and then. But most of the time I'm playing solo. We do some dungeons together, we'll do some silos together and some stuff like that. But for the most part, this is a pretty solo-friendly game. We're going to be doing things like the thermal tower. Obviously, defending that is going to have to be a multi-person experience. So we're going to build some bases next to each other and get our thermal tower up and stuff. But yeah, there's no reason not to play this game solo as much as you want. But like I was saying, because this game caters so much to casual players, they need to take a look at, you know, how much of the hide resources does the average player need? And then you need to be able to get as much of the epic and legendary hides as you need by the time you gather up all the regular hide that you need. So the fact that I have way more hide than I'm ever going to use this season from just this farming that I'm doing right now, right? There's no way I'm ever going to run out of scraps. There's no way I'm ever going to run out of rawhide. Like, I'm going to be able to turn everything that I've already gotten into everything that I could possibly need. And because of that, now a huge percentage of what I farm, as I'm out here looking for these rare and epic hides, is just going to be totally wasted. Because I'm not ever going to use it. So I'm just going to end up with tons of rawhide, and tons of cowhide, and tons of everything that I'm never really going to use. Where's this other pig? I don't know. So they need to adjust these drop rates, because right now they're pretty off. This map feels so much bigger than Manibus. It does feel so much bigger than Manibus, even though it's significantly smaller. It's all this verticality. I mean, the fact that you can go all the way up to the tippy top of that mountain up there. I mean, that's just insane. It makes the map feel ginormous. Freaking ginormous. And the points of interest are so huge. I saw something on Reddit the other day where somebody was saying there's too much dead space, where there's nothing in this game, or in this map. I don't even understand what they were talking about. They were like, there's too much area where there's just nothing. And I'm like, have you seen the other map? Like, holy crap, there's so much stuff going on in this map. I think that person is smoking crack. I think that's the problem. Which brings me to my next point. Don't smoke crack. I found a giant tree, disappointed I couldn't live in it. Yeah, I was actually a little disappointed about that too. Those big trees that have, like that one over there, that have the winding staircases or whatever. The winding ramps that go up them. It'd be super cool if there was like a little base spot up there. There are quite a few missed opportunities in this for base spots, and the big thing is they've tried to make it so that you can't cheese your purifications, and so they've made it so you can't build in a lot of places that would be really cool to build in because the AI wouldn't be able to get to you. And so in an effort to preserve the integrity of that hoard mode, they've kind of had to remove some of the fun. And that's really unfortunate. And I hope that they find a good way to maybe balance that out. Because there's a lot of cool stuff that you could do in this game that, I mean, would be game breaking. Absolutely. But I still kind of just want to be able to do it. I feel like it's necessary. Bounce, 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 like this right here. If I wasn't able to jump up the side of this mountain, like it would be so obnoxious to have to walk around. And it's a little bit game breaking to be able to just bounce up a mountain like this. But it's also very fun, and I enjoy it. So I hope they don't ever take it away, you know? Almost killed myself trying to climb to the top. I did not try to climb to the top of the tree. Hey, what's up, Skoski? Been a while since I've seen that name in the chat. How you been? Y'all have no idea how happy it makes me to see names that I haven't seen in a while pop up in the chat. It's like seeing an old friend that you haven't talked to in a while. Spring legs is... oh yeah. Yeah, I almost always have my spring legs on. I am doing freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. Thanks for asking. Die. 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 Aw, I missed. Been playing this non-stop now for a couple of days, loving the new winter scenario. I'm loving the new winter scenario also. It's really been mostly about the new points of interest for me. The new points of interest, especially the wasteland or the wishland. These 2 points of interest over here, and then this big point of interest here, the hive rail, because you went back into this mountain and you got to climb up that huge stalactite or stalagmite or whatever it was in the back there. The scale of the points of interest is just so much higher this season than it ever was in the past that I am just really, really enjoying walking around and experiencing those. I mean, I got lost in Wishland for like 2 hours when I went in there the first time. And so I'm just really impressed with how the devs have created this season. And I'm excited for that to continue to carry over into future seasons and scenarios as well. But that's just something that you always see from dev teams, is they start to get better at what they're doing. And then you just start to get higher quality stuff faster and faster and faster. And, you know, they start to implement best practices, and those best practices help them, you know, create new things that still follow along the same guidelines as all of your previous content, but just the quality's higher, the speed is faster. All of that stuff starts to happen. And that's definitely going to be true with this dev team. I mean, we've already seen, just in the change from the first map to this map, the quality of their map design is out of control for this season. I will admit it does feel a little rushed in some places, but overall I'm happy with it. Good change from the Man of Us, absolutely. The thing that I like the most is just the verticality of this map. There's so much up and down, and I was impressed with the verticality of the Man of Us. And this just puts it to shame. Are you trying to say that I need to eat something there, Drungi? Because I'm letting my poor character starve to death. There we go. All better now. My bike is pretty fixed. See? It's almost full. Because I haven't been riding it, so I haven't yeeted it off any cliffs lately. Where'd my buffalo go? What the hell? Did it teleported back up here? That's hilarious. That is freaking hilarious. Yeah, they definitely gotta up the drop rates for these epic tier resources. We've been out here for 2 hours already, and still only picked up one copy of the legendary. Well, I mean, I've gotten 4 of them, but I only harvested it one time. I just happened to get 4 pieces of the legendary cow leather, which is great. That's enough for 1 piece of gear. So, you know, it's not really hurting to only have 4 each time I pick, but honestly, so normal spike mato is 5 cold resist for 5 minutes, a salty is 10 for 30 minutes. I believe that is correct, yes. That is correct. And the salty spike tomatoes give you way more food. They give you like 50 energy instead of 5. Sitting on a nice 40 frost resist, I believe. Oh, good job. Yeah, I still only have 20. Oh, I absolutely agree, Drone. Absolutely. Yeah, I should probably go get the rare bear furs, but whatever. Hey, thanks a lot, Streetwise. Thanks a lot. It is gonna be a good stream. I can already feel it. We're gonna be online today for a whole lot of hours. And we're mostly just gonna be grinding it out. We're gonna be grinding out on this game, trying to get some legendary materials, and then we're gonna go play some New World. And we're gonna grind up to level 60. I don't have the expansion on New World right now. Because I want to make sure that I'm actually going to continue playing that game a whole lot before I commit to giving them any more of my money. But yeah, and when we get on New World, we're pretty much going to be the same thing. We're going to grind out to the highest level I can, and then we're just going to be farming mats and making currency so I can buy some good gear. Because this is what I'm good at right here. When it comes to video games, I have the ability to run around farming nodes better than pretty much anybody else in the biz. I can run in circles for just... Is this like Call of the Wild, or am I way off? Streetwise, I have no idea what Call of the Wild is. It's a sort of semi-survival FPS. Yeah, it's called Once Human, but it's sort of a semi-survival first-person shooter horror MMO, I guess, is what you would call it. I wouldn't even necessarily call it an MMO. It's more like an extended extraction shooter. So you go in and you have these seasons. And so this season is 35 days long. These first four phases roll out new content. And as you go through these phases, you get different... Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I'm just doing a lot of hunting right now because I already cleared all the content for this phase, so I'm waiting for the new phase to open in a couple of days. But you have these phases roll out, and the phases open up new content, part of the storyline, harder difficulties for the dungeons and stuff like that. And then at the end of the second to last phase, you go into the last phase, which is the settlement phase. And when this last phase comes, you actually have the ability to move to a new server and play either a different storyline or the same storyline over again. And they're going to keep rolling out new scenarios and new maps and new storylines. And so yeah, you're just going to keep going through and you play these different storylines and you build up resources and weapons and blueprints to make weapons and stuff like that over the course of all your scenarios, and you carry a lot of that stuff over into the next scenario you play. So your early game progression is sort of accelerated after your first season because you get to bring over like a drill instead of just using a pickaxe for harvesting. And, you know, you can bring a chainsaw instead of using an axe to chop down the tree. And yeah, you just go through the different scenarios and play all the different stuff. And But there's lots of ranching in this game, right? All these animals that I'm killing, you can actually capture and raise them at your base that you can build, because there is a lot of base building in this game. Okay, we're gonna let that deer get away. And so you can breed your animals and raise up, you know, babies that share a lot of the traits with their parents, and you can use those animals to get different resources and stuff like that. And then you use those resources to make your equipment and to make your consumables and all that stuff. And there we go. Was that the Ice Digby Boy that somebody was talking about? I'm pretty sure that's just the Prismatic Digby Boy. I don't think we have a new Digby Boy type. I think the Prismatic just looks like a block of ice. Looks like I have bear fur on chest and legs. Blackstone boots for +5. Also, I have 35 cold resist and 35 frost. Sorry, thought it was 40. That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. I definitely need to boost mine. But I'll worry about that when we move into tier 5. Yeah, these Prismatic Digby Boys just look like blocks of ice. But I don't think there's a new Digby Boy. My other gear with reindeer fur. Yeah, that's what I have, is reindeer fur on my gear. Oh yeah, the cold resist can only be put on your chest and your legs. Cold resist doesn't go on every piece. The furs do different things based on the piece that it's going on. It's actually going to end up being really intricate. Sometimes you get status damage, there's lots of damage reductions, there's lots of all kinds of stuff. I also have a thermorm. So if it's just the thermomium or thermorium or whatever, then that doesn't do any cold resist. That's just the base stone. You have to get, yeah, you have to get the hedium that does +10. The thermorium is the stone that you use to make the coldium and the hedium, but you have to actually turn it into coldium or hedium to get the bonus resist for 60 minutes. Oh. Says I have a mail. What does this say? Nothing. Thank you for the blank notification, game. I truly appreciate it. We've already gone through like 2,000 rounds today. This is silly. They absolutely need to increase these drop rates. Hit me with the research, Nuclear. I love it when other people do research and I don't have to. agree, the drop rates in some of these items are crazy. Yeah, they do a good job. Also, Undead Simba, nice to see a new face in the chat. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. They do a good job of correcting that. You know, like the drop rates for the shinies, the shiny deviations, were really, really bad when they first put those out. And they increased those and made them a lot more accessible to casual players. And I imagine they're going to do that same thing with the drop rates here of these hides. But I think they don't want to flood the servers with these things too much. It's always easier to go ahead and increase the drop rates than it is to decrease the drop rates, because once you give people something, they really don't want to lose it. So apparently animals have a specific trait to drop a certain hide. If you catch that specific trait and breed, it can guarantee the rare hide. Yeah, I figured that was probably true, Nuclear. Because I don't have the ability to capture animals right now, I haven't had a chance to test that, because I have to wait until the memetics. But definitely next season, or next phase, not next season, we are going to go get a bunch of creatures and look for all of these traits to get. I got 2 rare bear fur from farming bears in the north. You know, the ice area. I walked for 10 minutes over and back and got 2 rare furs. Seriously? 2 rare furs in 10 minutes, you lucky SOB. Not seen 1 seal yet. There's actually seals on the island where I originally had my base. I'll show you. If you really want some seal fur. This island right here, on this tip of the island, I know for a fact there's at least 3 seals that spawn right over here. When you say the ice in the north, do you mean over here? Or do you mean over here? Actually, I kind of want to go over here. Right side, okay. I want to go check the left side. Because, you know, everybody's been over on the right side. Also, I'm freezing. Same here, just started playing this earlier this week, only had like 2 days before this update came, and I switched maps. Oh, nice. Glad to see new players are coming to the game. This is easily one of the most fun games I've ever played in my entire life, and I've been a gamer for 30 plus years. So you will likely enjoy it. It is a heck of a good time. Let's go into the armor crafting. I think I might just need to go ahead and remake my chest armor and my other with some better stuffs here. Yeah, I could make some charcoal. I'm just gonna leave it as wood in there. That's fine. It'll be fine. We need to make some salty spike tomatoes. I only have enough for 2. Let's rock some blueberry soda here. While those cook, I'm actually going to go ahead and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me catch up here real quick. Definitely enjoy it. I knew the first day I was going to get hooked. I wish I got on it sooner, but I'm catching on fairly quickly. Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of time. Undead. This game is super casual friendly, and there's not enough content out yet that you can't catch up. I would recommend maybe doing some of the old scenarios as well. You know, if you're in this scenario right now, that's great. But after this scenario ends, there's probably not going to be another new one. So going back and doing some of the old scenarios might be fun for you just to beat the storylines. And yeah, then hopefully we'll be getting another new scenario relatively soon. And it won't be a problem. Salty Spike Meadows, so are you cold? Resist. Just be on the line. Just outside the whalebone, you can find so many blueberries and spike meadows. Oh yeah, absolutely. For sure. Alright, well let's go up. And let's go... Why can't I teleport? There we go. Let's go kill some feathermucking bears. Yeah, they're all still available, undead. So... don't even worry. You have more than enough time. Even if a player wasn't to join this game for like an entire year, I think they would still end up being able to beat all the scenarios relatively quickly without getting too far behind. So... think drop rates are fine, Nuclear? I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been doing this for 2 hours. I've only picked up one legendary fur drop. That's pretty garbo. There might be something I need to, like a food or something I need to be eating, maybe, that would help me out. Or maybe bringing a skinning knife with me or something like that. You need to get only 3 drops of whatever hide you want, and you're set for the entire 5 weeks. That's true, but... you know, we want the ability to experiment, we want the ability to try different stuff out. We don't want to get locked into just one stuff. No, I don't have a chef's knife, Nuclear. I do not. Until you need to make the tier 5, then you need more. Exactly. Well, and you've got hot and cold, right? So you need the gear to make the hot, you need the gear to make the cold. Because you never know what you're going to have to go do. Like, we don't know a lot about the scenario yet. So there may be some stuff going on that we haven't seen. We may end up needing to stay in this cold area instead of just moving on to the hot area. Like, there's all sorts of things that might be happening, so... I was farming for 4 hours and got 2 different bears. One floating and one cave one. I have tier 3 for cold, but still need to make tier 5 both hot and cold. Exactly. You definitely need to get both your hot and your cold going. Hey, I'm still warm enough. Good deal. You should move to hot area. The buffs you get are insane. I absolutely agree, Nuclear. You definitely want to move to the hot area with your base. But you may end up needing to come back to the cold area to do the Chaos Weavers and stuff like that later on. We just really don't know what the requirement is going to be, so you may end up needing cold resist gear as well as heat resist gear. Thankfully, you can make some presets. Right, but we don't know for sure that the Chaos Weavers in this cold area aren't going to increase in level. We just don't know that we won't need to maybe be here some. So, I know for a fact there are level 50 Chaos Weavers in hot areas. I have yet to utilize the present system, the preset system. I've never had more than one build in a season. I use the preset system so that I can have an eternaland build and my season build is usually why I use the system. Bear skins. Come here, polar bears. Don't you want to be my friend? Why you need to build an eternaland if you only use practicing house builds and storing your junk? Because you can PvP in eternaland, Charles. Presets are amazing. Yeah, that's true. Being able to do your mods, your cradle, your everything. Ooh, this is a really nice little spot. 5 of these. Yeah, but I have done quite a bit of PvPing in eternaland, Charles. And I'm very fond of PvPing in eternaland. I think it's great. Probably one of the best PvP modes in any game ever. And if they work on it just a little bit, it's going to be even better. Yeah, my whole eternaland is being built specifically around PvP. Come here, bear. Ooh, lots of bear. I want to see a baby polar bear. So I can shoot it in its face. Hey, what's up, Amaria? Welcome back. How was your lunch? What did you have? I got some legendary hide, actually, Amaria. Let's see, is it in here? Yeah, I got some legendary mountain cow hide. Don't ask me what it does, but I got some. Chicken fried rice. Ooh. Making me kind of hungry. I need to make some rice. I mean, it's been 2 hours, Amaria. 2.5 hours. That's the only special hide I've gotten. I don't know what kind of good luck you think that is. Honestly, I have like the worst luck in this entire game. Damn, now I want some Korean beef egg fried rice. Dude, I love fried rice. Probably one of my top 3 foods. They are making some changes to Eternaland, so any blueprints you have there will be able to be used in season play. Also can visit others too now. Yeah, I love the new... We actually used it yesterday, Skoski. We were running around using the island roaming function, and we went and looked at a bunch of people's islands and the stuff that they had built. There were some pretty good ones. It still looks like a lot of people aren't really utilizing the islands at all. But there were a couple with some interesting stuff built on them, so I was pretty happy to see that. Damn, you've been farming hides nonstop. Yeah, gotta farm them hides. It's the last thing I really need to do this phase, is get myself some good hides for some good gear. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people feel like, Charles. They're trying to make it more useful, I guess. I mean, in my opinion, there are a couple of really small things that they could do to Eternaland that would make it incredibly fun. Number one, they need to create a hoard mode. They need to make something that you can earn in the regular play. And honestly, I think the Cortexes is probably a good place to start with this. But allow you to bring your Cortexes back over into your Eternaland, and then create like a PvE horde mode that you can defend. You know, like you build a really big, huge base, and then you defend, because you can have 32 people in Eternaland. So you could get a huge raid of 32 people in your Eternaland, build a massive base with tons of defenses, and then drop, you know, like 800 Cortexes or something, and get a bunch of like the Prime War enemies to come and fight you, and get a bunch of devotees or whatever, devoteds, whatever they are, to come and fight you. Just get all kinds of stuff to come attack you, and have 32 people defending a base. Like, that would be so cool. And then being able to team up in Eternaland so that you could do team PvP. Oh, did I forget to skin my bear here? Because right now you can't team up in Eternaland, and so you can't PvP on teams. But if you could team up, and then you could give people build permissions, and then, you know, you could have like turrets and stuff that didn't attack your teammates, because right now any turrets you place will also attack your teammates if you're playing in a team. Then you could have really fun team PvP fights with like capture the flag, or, you know, just all kinds of different little stuff like that. And it would give us tons of stuff to do in between scenarios. Because right now, if we run out of something to do in a scenario, absolutely, it is right now mostly for people who love building. But between scenarios, we just don't have a lot to do. And so if they give us something that we can do between scenarios, then it'll maintain their player numbers, even when they don't have new content to put out. And then they can take their time with that new content. And then we'll end up with ultimately better content, because we're just making a lot of fun for ourselves. Also, because Eternaland is cross-server, right? Your friends from any server can come and do stuff with you on Eternaland. It would also mean that if your friends needed to like go back and do another season, or if you had friends who really liked playing PvP seasons, but you liked playing PvE seasons, then there would still be somewhere that y'all could go to maybe do some stuff together and have some fun. Did my bear fall down in the ocean? Yep, there it is. Trying to get away from getting skinned over here? Not happening. Actually, let's go check out underneath this iceberg. If I was going to put a secret under the water, this is where I would do it. Hey, Amaria, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Really appreciate that. Welcome officially to the channel. Come on, give me like a cool little cave inside of here or something. I have to swim up into. You suck, game. How long do you plan to stream? I usually try and stream at least 6 hours a day. Yesterday we only streamed for 5. But my typical is somewhere between like 6 and 8 hours. I usually start at 11 a.m. Pacific. And then I just stream until either we've done so much content that I can't think of anything else to do, or my voice is so hoarse that I can't keep talking. Specifically for Once Human, we've probably got another maybe 2 hours of Once Human, maybe 2.5. And then we're going to switch over and do some New World and grind out some materials and stuff over there. Because unfortunately, Once Human just doesn't quite have enough content to continuously stream every single day for like 8 hours. And I really want to stream for, 8 to 12 hours a day. So we're going to add another game into the rotation and do like a half split. But honestly, right now I'm having a lot of fun farming up these polar bears. And just farming up creatures in general, trying to get these rare mats. This is the kind of stuff that I really need in a game. Shiny Deviations was great. Rare materials is great. Stuff like that is really good for your hardcore players. Because they're the kind of people who can just mindlessly do something like this for, 6 or 8 hours in a day, trying to gather these mats. Farming, genocide, same thing. Exactly. Exactly. I am not opposed to completely eliminating an entire species for the sake of my own greed. At least not in a video game. In real life, maybe I couldn't do it. But in a video game, for sure. A little disappointed the bears don't fight back a little harder. I mean, they probably would fight back a little harder. But I'm just such a boss that there's nothing they can do. I'm just too strong, party wizard. Too strong. What was your Prismverse experience? Aside from the horrendous lag and imbalance of teams, I quit Prismverse about a week in. And played Throne and Liberty instead. Because I did not like Prismverse at all. So, while it's true that there was a problem with Prismverse, that there was a little bit of lag and team imbalances, that wasn't the part. Sending in the FBI Polar Bears International. That's funny. PBI Polar Bears International, not FBI. The problem that I had the most with Prism versus Clash was that the crisis events didn't last long enough, so you couldn't really contest them. There wasn't a lot of counterplay there. And then the tracking on the map wasn't very good, so you couldn't keep real-time track of where the person was going when they had the prism deviation, and so you couldn't go fight them in the open world. Because what should have been happening is people should have been setting up ambushes and stuff like that on the roads as people were driving around trying to get away with the prism deviations, and there should have been a lot of fighting happening before you even got the deviation back to your base. Ooh, hey, got legendary bearskin. Before you even got back to your base, there should have been a lot of fighting happening over the prism deviation. And then once you got back to your base, then you would have been mostly secure. In transit was where all the action should have been for sure. Exactly. And that would have given us an opportunity to make better use of the trucks and the 18-wheelers, right? Because you could put mobile bases and stuff on those and bring bio-missiles and stuff like that to blow up other people's vehicles as they were trying to drive by to get to their bases. And, you know, there just would have been so much more fun counterplay. You would have had this super cool, like, Mad Max style PvP going on. And then, you know, once somebody gets back to their base, they hole up, and then you break out the really big guns, you start rocketing things down, you know, you start sniping, you start doing all this other stuff. And having that experience after. But there was no opportunity for that because there was no real-time tracking on the map, and the crisis events were so short that if you didn't see the crisis event pop, like, within 30 seconds of it going off, then you couldn't even get there in time to do anything. And so the whole thing just became about trying to be the first one to the event to get the deviation instead of fighting over the deviation. And ultimately, whoever got to the event first and kind of locked it down, because you spawned, and that was the other thing, was the spawn points. What is going on here? Why is this one so glowy? I feel like I want to get this one because it's so glowy. Oh, one of them blew up? That's weird. There was an update recently. Events now have timers for when it's going to start. See, that's good. But the event needs to be longer. And you need to not... No, I'm out of durability. And you need to not be respawning in the same spot every time you teleport in. Because spawning in the same spot, I mean, literally, if the enemy gets there first, I held down a dig to hell in a 4-on-1 for like 4 or 5 minutes all by myself. Hey, there's another legendary bear skin. Is it the same one? No, it's not. Floating ice bear skin and snowfield bear skin. We got all kinds of legendary skins. But because they had to come down that ramp and because they spawned in the same spot every time, I was able to just sit there with my sniper rifle and wait for them to spawn and start coming down the ramp. And no problem. One snipe to the head, boom, done. And then when you would spawn into like Paradise Lost or the Darkness one, you know, you always spawn into the same spot, so there'd just be an army of people standing around, and eventually they started using minigun turrets, right? And they would just drop a bunch of minigun turrets around the spawn. You would spawn in, get nuked, and then they would just be running the event, so they didn't even have to pay attention to you. Like, it was a terrible, terrible way to set that up. I need to be able to spawn into the event in a random spot. Or even spawn me in, like, in a safe zone that's outside of the event, right? Create just a tiny area around the, or near the event where there's no PvP enabled. And then you spawn in there. You get a second to get your bearings or whatever. Because that's really the problem. Even if there's an army of people standing there waiting to shoot you, you can just wait for, 5 or 10 of your people to come, and then you all run out of the safe zone real quick, and then just start shooting. And you could overcome that. But there's just, literally anything other than while I'm spawning in, when I'm still in my load screen, the enemy team being able to shoot me. That's insane. There's literally no counterplay to that. But, I could have dealt with the lag. I could have dealt with, the other side having way more people. I could have dealt with all of that. That stuff doesn't really necessarily bother me. I don't mind playing from the underdog side. I don't mind being outnumbered. I don't mind losing. Right? Losing is perfectly fine with me. But I mind losing when I have no ability to even try and fight back. Did you play the previous? Yeah, the first season I ever played was actually the first PvP season. But I never joined a hive, so I never got to play any of the wars. And so honestly, the first PvP season for me was kind of a PvE season, because I would go out to the engagement zones and I would take them over and I would build, and I would try and get people to come PvP, but it was always like the same person who would come and PvP me, and he was better than I was, so he would just kick my ass. And we, a couple of times we would get like maybe 3 or 4 people to go out, and one time I think we had as many as 7. All PvPing in the same engagement zone at one time, and it was actually a lot of fun. And we were all out there for a couple hours, just PvPing each other. But yeah, I didn't play any of the wars or anything like that, because I was just running around solo. That was before I had really started to grow the channel very well, and I really only had maybe 2 or 3 viewers at a time. So there just weren't, there wasn't a community that I could have joined with, or I hadn't built any community yet to join with, like I sort of have now. And, the first PvP season was kind of a clusterfuck. People driving vehicles through walls and all kinds of crazy shit like that. They'll get it figured out, though. They've been making good strides towards getting rid of some of the lag, and they've been making good strides towards trying to make the game a little more fair, try and balance the game. So, you don't think they'll get it figured out, Darkling? I think they'll get it figured out. The game is too good for me to not have a positive outlook on it. Like, I need this game to succeed because I like the game so much that I can't be too pessimistic about it because I want the game. You're in a uniquely bad situation though, Darkling. There's something specifically wrong with the servers that you're playing on from your region. The rest of the regions don't have that. I'm sitting at 23 milliseconds right now. So I don't know what's going on over there. But that's not... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's just such a cool idea. They forked something and clearly have no idea what. Yeah. But that happens. As long as they acknowledge that something's wrong and take steps to correct it, I'm okay with mistakes. I'm at 30 milliseconds, but still get lag here and there. Feels slightly better after the optimization. After the Prime War optimization, Prime Wars felt really good. Bring out the jelly bean. What's up, blue jelly bean? Gosh, I love my jelly bean. So freaking adorable. But the Prime Wars started to feel real good after the Prime War optimization. I very much enjoyed them. I believe so, Amaria. I'm not 100% sure though. I don't typically keep track of development studios specifically. So I don't... It takes me a while to learn information about the development studio that the game I'm playing was made by. It took me forever to realize that Wildcard was the name of the studio that made Ark, and I played like 5,000 hours of Ark. So I'm not really familiar with Starry Studios' past experience, if any. Guess that's something I could look up at some point. Seems like good information to have if I'm going to be streaming this game. But even if it's not their first game ever, there aren't really any games quite like this one. Even if you take a look at games that have lots of really huge open world events, because this game is specifically a first-person shooter, Once Human is way better than Ark. But that's because Ark is a freaking shit show. That game is so broken. I've heard of Defiance. I have not played Defiance Darkling. I guess if I'm gonna be over here, I should just go ahead and get this. Is Ark like Rust but with dinosaurs? Yes, that is almost exactly what Ark is, Amaria. It is Rust with dinosaurs. And I love the game. I play it... I especially think that solo Ark, playing it single player instead of on the servers, is probably some of the most fun you can have in a video game. I wish that the official servers for Ark weren't so jacked up. No longer exists, but it was Amazeballs. OH is very similar. Okay. I didn't realize that there were games out there that had previously been kind of like OH. The biggest thing for Once Human and the difficulty they're going to have is that first-person shooters require a lot of calculation because of the sheer number of physics objects that are involved with combat, right? Because every single one of these bullets is a physics object. If they want to have any sort of like bullet drop or anything like that. And I originally thought that they were using hit scan, which would have honestly saved them a lot of processing. But I actually don't think they're using hit scan. I'm not 100% sure. But hit scan is where it just like shoots out a little laser, and if that laser crosses anything's path, then it knows that it hit. But when you create an actual physics object for the bullet, then that bullet travels and has to have collision and has to have a mesh and has to have all of that stuff. And so it becomes much more hardware intensive. Yeah, only one I've ever played that is similar, same open world, fun weapons, monsters, etc. Open world raid type thing. Interesting. Interesting. I'm sad that I never played that game. I just got the perk to turn sulfur into hot rock ore, and another perk to make portable heaters, air conditioners, that you can put in your backpack. Oh, shoot. Yo. TPG, did I ever tell you about how I want to be your friend? Portable air conditioners. You'd be my best friend. What do you need for making the portable heaters? Do you need the hot rock ore or whatever? And then do the portable ACs use the cold crystal ore? Because I can get a bunch of cold crystal ore right now. I'm standing right next to a whole lot of it. I need to get the specialization that allows you to make throwing knives that are ice and fire, and they change the ambient temperature around where they land. So you can use throwing knives to heat up or cool down the hot rock ore or the cold crystal ore. And then harvest them. I don't think I'm going to go all the way over there just for one. 5 all-purpose plastic, 1 electronic part, 2 bronze, and 30 hot rock or cold ore. Oh, that's easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, absolutely. We can't get the hot rocks yet, obviously, because the hot rock is in the next area. But I can definitely get cold crystal. I have a bunch, actually. So we could have air conditioners before we even go into the hot area, which will be super nice. I have a few portable coolers for next phase, but I'll have heaters for us by tomorrow. Nice. Like a boss. Yeah. Yeah, that's what TPG has, nuclear. Is TPG's just turning those sulfurs into hot rocks or whatever. But as easy as they are to farm, not really all that concerned. Oh, we're slowly getting cold here. Wrong one. Oh, did I? Oh, no, there it is. Roasted spike tomatoes. I'm gonna make a ton of hot rock ore and start making portable coolers and heaters for the hive. That would be great. Don't forget to sell some in your, don't forget to sell some in your, that thingy-majig. When you got vending machine. There you go. Holy crap. My brain just, like, totally pooped itself. Good thing to do is build a circle base, put heater in middle. My base looks like a rocket waiting to take off. If you have extra cold ore, let me know. Yeah, I do have some extra cold ore, TPG. I will bring it to you. Yeah, the thingamawhat's-it. Sometimes my brain just doesn't want to brain. I don't know what to do about it. We're over on X0001 on the NA server cluster. Yoski. Wait, how am I still losing heat? Oh, Raggy. I think I'm gonna have to get out of here before I die. Rut-row indeed. 03. It was full in half a day opening. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm jealous of your blue jelly. How long did it take you to get it? So long, Amaria. So long. I farmed the easy version of that boss for 20 hours and didn't get a single shiny deviation. Until finally they changed the drop rates, and then I finally got my blue and my pink jelly. I actually have every shiny, well, every shiny that you could farm. I didn't get all of the nutcrackers, but I have every shiny that you could farm in the first scenario. Except for the blue mushroom, was the only one I never got. But I have, let's go to my transfer here because it's organized a little better. I have both of the butterflies, the blue butterfly and the Starry Night butterfly. I have my pink gel and my blue gel. I've got both of the Fetch-a-Lot bunnies, the Alice and the Dark Rebel. I have tons of different nutcrackers, normal, elegant purple, ocean blue, tin soldier. I got a bunch of tin soldiers, displaced fairy tale, deep purple, and silver gentleman. I've got the prism Digby and the gold Digby. I actually have a couple of each of those. I've got all the cats. And then I have plenty of these extra large shrooms, but I don't have any of the blue shrooms. Hey Hermit, my wife has come across a Rainfall Reaper in Silo's Sai that is not only is immune, but also keeps going invisible, but doesn't have any shield, like phase or regen. Any ideas? Yeah, I really don't know, Charles. Can I play my voice 1.5 times speed? No, I don't think that I can do that. Sorry. Do I talk too slow? Yeah, it's probably just a glitch, Charles. I really don't know. Yeah, run away. Run away is definitely the answer. Yeah, but then we've got tons of these kitty cats. And that's it. I got real lucky on some of those. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I don't know what a bunch of H's means. Now you gotta farm. No, I don't think I'm going to, Amaria. They mentioned that they were going to look into giving us a way to use duplicates to level up our deviations. So instead of worrying about trying to farm out a 5/5, I'm probably just going to wait for that to come out and then just use my numerous duplicates to go ahead and level those things up. And if they never give us that, then I probably won't ever worry about it. Because, holy crap, that's a lot of effort. Let's put all of this stuff in here too. Just send Hive application. Okay, I'm not actually the leader of the Hive TPG. So the next time that Davitron gets on, I will hit him up and let him know that we have some peeps who need their invites accepted. Her response was, "Oh joy, I can only run so far because door won't open until..." Oh, that sucks. You live in a... I am neither. Oh, the person who lived at the top left. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Hermit to claim his rightful place atop the mountain. Got a 5.5 Pyro Dino yesterday. Hope it goes well with my Pyro Shotgun. Yo, 5.5 Pyro Dino is lit. Can't believe you got one of those. That's awesome. Congratulations. Getting any 5.5 is impressive. I think I only have one. I think it's one of my Fetch-a-Lot bunnies is 5.5, which is basically useless. But whatever, it's a 5.5, I'm happy. Hey, nice. Yeah, I definitely need to get a hold of Davitron then, because I think we've got 3 or 4 people waiting for their applications to be accepted now. So I'll go hit him up later today. Christos is going to his father for revenge. Keep climbing. There you go. I'm gonna get him. Yeah. Woohoo. I'm on top of the world looking down on creation. Ammo. Now we are literally at the highest point. There you go. I feel like the king. I kind of want to build a giant ramp now, and then just yeet my motorcycle off of this cliff. Probably, Charles. I don't know. I wouldn't, because I don't want to cheat the game, because I don't want to get banned. But yes, probably you could do a purification up here, and I imagine it would be invincible. Yeah, you can see the old map. You can see the whole freaking thing from up here. That's the desert area over there. All the way down there is the very, very starting areas. Over there you've got chalk hills. This is the area that you normally can't get to over here. Yeah, somebody somebody who was way up at the top, Kalon, vacated their spot, so I took it. So now I have the highest spot on the whole world. All the way at the tippy top. I feel pretty good about it. Also, what's up? How are you today? No, you would end up passing through the barrier and dying. But we can do it just for fun. I did. Darkling. I just now did when it appeared again. Because I knew you would want. It is, Skoski. It is. Although I think we can still do invites. Yeah, we can still do invites. For sure. Let's see how far we can get before we die. For science. I honestly thought that I would hit the barrier already. We should be getting pretty close, though. Okay, I definitely feel like we should have hit the barrier already. Fly. Oh, here we go. We're about to hit it now. Yeah, you regen stamina while you're falling, so it's fine. Oh no, we've crossed the barrier. How far will we get? Not very far at all. Yeah. Oh, nice. Welcome, Skoski. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. We're still falling. We almost made it to this bridge. Unfortunately, we can't go back there. I think I put my legendary hide away already. Yeah, my legendary hide's in my box. Who do you think you're talking to, Charles? I know what's up. I know what's up. I'm a freaking gamer, dude. I'm a freaking gamer. Alright, well we got a little legendary bear hide. Let's take a look at what these legendary bear hides are going to let us do. That's right, 5k hours in Ark. It actually might only be 4k hours. I don't even remember anymore at this point. It's been almost a year since I played Ark. Because F that game. Cold resist, recover 3% HP upon defeating an enemy. Wow, bearskin is so good. What do we get? Mountain cowhide, cold resist, plus 15. Max load plus 20, that's really good. Why aren't the legendary bearskins in here? Oh, there they are. Okay. This one does cold resist and recover 5% of HP. Okay, so that's just a better version of the bearskin. Hey, Lo-Fi Bitrate, welcome, or thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Glad to see those new peeps in the chat. And then plus 10% roll speed in 10 below. So the one that we want is the one that we've got up here. We want the floating ice bear skins because we want that 5% recovery. Yeah, 3 legendary per piece. And then if we go look, let's see what we get. Oh, no, pants give the same. Let's go see what we get in the glove version here. So yield boost. Ice bear floating gives... Bearskin gives deer meat, goat meat, and pork yield plus 10%. The ice bear skin gives plus 15%. And then the snowfield bear gives plus 15% as well. So these are just all kinds of different yield boosts. Gold ore yield plus 20% with a very small chance of yielding a gold ingot. Ooh. See, you're going to have like so many different kinds of gear now. This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. So for some of this stuff, let's look at, for example, this golden wool. It doesn't matter what tier you make this, right? You still get the 20% gold boost. The hell, I'm on that for North Island where the ice nodes and bears are. Map is telling me there's vending machine out here, but nothing. Did they maybe put it under the water, Darkling? So it doesn't matter what tier you make this stuff, and tier 1 armor is extremely cheap to bring over from your island. Let's check, actually. I think I have some tier 1 stuff put over here. So let's go to transfer, and let's take a look at armor. Do I have any tier 1 pieces? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm almost positive I have some tier 1 weapons, though, that I put in here specifically to check this stuff. Did I destroy my tier 1s? Okay, well here's a stun baton that's tier 2. It's dropped gear, but I can bring it over. Oh my gosh, is that 4K? No way. Well, it looks like I don't have any tier 1 gear, but tier 1 gear should be relatively cheap to bring over. Either that or you have the mini-map glitch that shows vending machines 24/7 that follows you around, or you have that. So you should be able to build tier 1 gear with some of these like gathering boosts and stuff like that and bring that stuff over, especially that gold boost on those gloves, potentially giving you a gold ingot, is pretty cool, especially because we have gold already on this new scenario. All of the different resources are available already in week 1, so bringing that over as a tier 1 would be pretty beneficial for your early game energy links. So that's really cool. So that's something we're really going to have to be looking into. Where do I get this wool? Golden wool. Random damage reduction. Damage reduction fluctuates between 1% and 10% every second. That's freaking awesome. It says how to get hunt animals. What animals? It's probably goats. Probably have to go back and hunt goats. Rabbits and goats. Okay. So gotta kill all kinds of rabbits. Got it. Okay. It is time for some more resource gathering. Need more spike tomatoes, though. So I need to go get some spike tomatoes. And Herbert abandoned us in prison verse, so I left y'all. You know, it is my fault, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you all over there and then bail on you. But that scenario was the anti-fun. It was absolutely the anti-fun. And it was going to get to a point where it was going to frustrate me so much that I was going to start just being really, like a really big bummer on stream, and I didn't want that. Your murder rabbit brings back hides and byproducts like wools and eggs, etc. Yeah, Jay, that definitely happens. I wonder if they can bring back the legendaries. Wonder if that's possible at all. Because that'd be the coolest. So tempted to plonk my territory on this island. Do it. So many spike tomatoes and blueberries. Don't you chase me. Aw, that sucks. Sucks to suck. Like whoever that ice wizard from Adventure Time. That's what that makes me think of. Adventure Time? It's kind of an adultish cartoon, I guess. Probably an American thing. I didn't like it when I was in college, though. Well, I guess when I was in the military right after I got out of college, there was this girl that I liked that was really into it. And I watched a couple of episodes just so I could, you know, hold a conversation about it. And yeah, it was never really my cup of tea, but it's pretty popular. A lot of people like it. It's no Rick and Morty, but it was okay. You don't like adult cartoons, Darkling? Not like an adult cartoon, but like a cartoon made for adults. Ah, okay. Got it. Adventure Time and regular show were fine back in the day. You know, I never saw regular show. Never watched it. I like me some Family Guy. I never really liked American Dad. It's not bad, it's just a little bit off, and so I never really got into it. I don't really like Ren and Stimpy at all. That show's just weird. Meh. And there are some things that, if you don't like them, they're just not going to have any value for you, you know? No matter how good the rest of the world thinks they are. Give me my fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Hey, we got 60 sticky ice crystals today. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. That shit was pretty funny. I watched that when I was a kid, though. I actually never watched it when I was an adult. That show was kind of crazy, though. What am I supposed to do with all this meat? We have the meats. Why is my inventory so full? I'm at 98% of my inventory. What in the hell is going on? Is it all these freaking fish? I will play the NA alt occasionally, just don't know how much. Put away this water. Put away that sugar. Put away all these things. The milk away. I'm not carrying that much stuff. It's just bullets, mostly. Oh, it's probably these. Yeah, they're 1 pound apiece. That's hilarious. Okay, well, we'll put some of these away. There we go. They need to drop the weight of those ice blocks. That's too much. They are probably the most useful thing in the entire world, though. I love them. Quite a bit. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this to go up. I mean... Darkling has real-life homies on the other server, TPG. We can't monopolize all of Darkling's time. She comes here and chats with us in chat all the time. We have to let her real-life friends have her sometimes. Instant cover or instant ladder is awesome. Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. I mean, you can, Darkling. You can be like me. I made all of you all join me in the last season, and then I totally abandoned you. But no, you shouldn't. You should stay over there with your friends and hang out with them, because that's the right thing to do. Or you just stand on the side of the road, wait for oncoming traffic. Oh. That's hilarious, Jay. That's hilarious. I kind of want to do that to people now. Like, I shouldn't. That's really mean. But also, so funny. Maybe I could, like, throw an ice cube at him and crash him, and then, like, give him something as recompense. Okay, let's get back out here to the ice place. Go get us some more freaking legendary bear hides. And what do you mean you're not an a-hole, Darkling? I feel like all you ever do is be an a-hole to me. I think you're the biggest a-hole. Here I am, just minding my own business, being a totally nice person. I mean, there's no court here. Pleading the fifth won't save you. This isn't about justice, it's about revenge. I mean, you still have court. Oh, right, but you don't have the Fifth Amendment. You're right. You're right. You're right. Is there anybody in the world at this point who doesn't know Plead the Fifth, though? I feel like, especially in English-speaking countries, like, it's just such a common turn of phrase. I'm off work, time to go wash some dishes, eat dinner, and play some Once Human. Hey, enjoy yourself, Charles. Enjoy yourself. Get you some shiny legendary skins. It does only work in America. It's true. Do you all not have some sort of law like that, though? Where you're not required to incriminate yourself? That's interesting. That is interesting. That was one of the strangest things about being in the military, was pulling into port in different countries. And, you know, they have just completely different laws. Like, when we pulled into Singapore, there are extremely strict laws in Singapore about harassing women in public. And so we were told, like, you know, it's fine, go out, have fun, go to the bar, have some drinks, whatever. Chewing gum, yeah, absolutely. But we were told, like, if a woman tells you she doesn't want to talk to you, don't continue to pursue her in any way. Don't try and talk to her. Don't try and give her your number. Don't anything. Like, we're looking for bear hides, BPG. We're looking for legendary bear hides. But yeah, no chewing gum, no spitting. You weren't allowed to spit in public in, I don't think it was Singapore. I actually think it was while we were in the UAE. You weren't allowed to spit in public. Well, exactly. Exactly. And it was, but it was like an extremely severe version of if a woman says fluff off, fluff off. It was like, you'll go to jail for a very long time. You stick up your finger at someone whilst driving there, you get locked up for it. I don't think it's that severe. By the way, that area you told me about for iron was money. Thanks, Khaleesi. Yeah, thanks, Khaleesi. I think probably not nuclear. I'm a pretty big fan of second chances. Yeah, Dubai has some pretty severe penalties for stuff as well. And then there was also, you know, we had to be briefed on cultural things. Like in the Middle East, you don't show the sole of your shoe to people. Like that's considered an insult. So we were told, you know, in America, it's fairly common to put one foot up on your knee and rest your foot on your knee and have the sole of your shoe just kind of facing out in the open. We were told specifically not to do that because it was such a big insult in their culture. So it was very interesting. My stepfather works on oil in Dubai area, and he calls them... I mean... that's kind of an idiot thing to do. Gotta be respectful of other people's cultures. You gotta be respectful of other people. Like, why would you go to another person's country and then make fun of them for being from that country? That's totally asinine. Do I have on me? I don't actually have a lot on me. I just put it all away. I only have 26 bear meats on me. But there's a couple hundred in my inventory, or in my storage chest back at base. Which you should, if you need bear meat, if that's why you're asking. I'll make sure and give you... Oh. You are not in the hive, that's right. Do I not have you as a friend at all, Party Wizard? Levy Wizard, alright. Is it Wizard with a U? Oh well, it is. Yeah, but I'll give you permissions at my base, so if you need bear meat. You can go get it. Oh, okay, the other was an alt. Got it. Got it. That's why. Come on, legendary bear skins. You can change the names. You get a free name change. At least I think I got a free name change. Never gotten it and haven't bothered to check how to get one. Yeah, if you go look in the shop, pretty sure you can buy one for like Mitsuko's marks or something like that. I don't exactly remember, but I changed this character's name. It's no longer Satiine. It's now Survival Hermit. Boo da boo da boo da boo da boo da boo doo. Ba 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 doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boo. Ba 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 doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boo. Ba ba doo ba ba doo ba ba doo ba doo ba ba bow. Yeah, we've only been farming legendary skins and stuff for 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours so far today. No big deal, right? Let's go into the inventory, get a little food, get a little drink, go. Please, bears, let me kill you. Respawn faster so you can die. Where's all my friggin' bears at? What the hell? This is goddamn ridiculous. Your name card was pricey, a whole 1 energy links. There you go. Now you can truly be the sleepy party wizard. Now my polar bear's invisible. What in the heck is going on with these bears? I think I've been farming them too hard. I think I've been farming them too hard. They're losing their minds. I'm starting to get hungry. Gonna need to get me some eats here in a little bit. Come on, bears. Give me them good skins. You know you got them legendary skins. Might as well let me have them. Not gonna do you any good in the afterlife. You're just hoarding stuff like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Bringing it into the afterlife with you. And there's people here. Alive. They could use that. Come on, let me get up. There we go. I can get on the top of anything. Like a boss. Alt has the name I wanted on my main. No way around it either. You can only get one rename card per account. I mean, you can still get something that isn't with a U. And you could use your whole name, Sleepy Party Wizard, instead of just Sleepy Wizard or Party Wizard or... Definitely better than having it misspelled, you know? Sleazard? Sleepyzard. Okay. What is he, like a Digimon now? Sleepyzard. Change to Ultimate. What's up, Lothar? How are you? What are we getting ourselves up to today? Digivolve into Champion. Digivolve into Ultimate. These are the ice cubes that you get from the ice pot. Hang on. I'll show you. They stick to surfaces when you throw them. And they create enormous ice cubes that you can climb on. Hit level 20 earlier, and I'm 2 years in cancer remission. Hey, that's great. Glad to hear it. So the way these things work, Amaria, is they actually have to have some sort of ground support, or they immediately disappear. So if I throw this on here, it's not going to last very long. Or at least it shouldn't. Maybe because that's a slanted... Yeah, it must be because it's slanted. Let's try throwing it on here. Yeah. So it immediately breaks because it has no ground support. But if I throw it here, it'll land sort of on the ground, and then it'll stay, and then you can actually stack them and use themselves as ground support. Oops. Sometimes they don't want to work. That time it did. And so then you could like stack them up and jump on top of all kinds of different stuff. You can make little bridges out of them. You can make all kinds of stuff out of them. Yeah, Lothar. Are you on X0001? We're the Biscotti Bandits. Yeah, you just have to get yourself the ice pot, Amaria. There's a quest from Low that'll get you one. Biscotti? Like the cookie? Here, I'll spell it for you. Yes, you can absolutely get the treasure chest on the cake with the cubes. That is for sure a great idea. But there's all kinds of cool shit you can do with these cubes. I think carrying around a couple, they also act as instant shielding, right? So if you throw one, you just stand behind it and nothing can hit you. You can push people around with them. If you throw it at a player's feet, then it'll take over the spot that the player was in and push the player out of the place that it's standing. I kind of got somebody trapped inside of one yesterday while I was messing around. I sort of felt bad. I thought you were saying no, I didn't get somebody trapped inside. But you're saying no, I didn't feel bad. I did feel bad. I'm not a terrible person, Darkling. I have a soul. I have a heart. Darkling constantly making me out to be a bad person is going to be the reason for my villain arc. You want me to be a bad guy? I'll be a bad guy. I'll be the best goddamn bad guy in the whole world. Hey, I got cave bear skins. More legendary skins. Too bad I'm not getting any of the same ones. I just keep getting all the different ones. I don't even know what the cave bear skins do. Biscotti is the hive name. Biscotti bandits. Here. I'll show you. We are Biscotti bandits. I really gotta hit up Dab. How about logging in for a second and inviting everybody? Him and Rabbit haven't been on in a few days. Da-da-dum-dum-dum. Mountains and valleys and all that would come in between. Desert and ocean. NA01 server, yeah. Everybody's been saying that you have to scroll like all the way down to the bottom to find it. I don't know why we're at the bottom, but apparently we are. I got a mail. What did I get in the mail? Friend's new name. Your friend Sleepy Wizard has changed their name into Sleepy Party Wizard. Sleepy Party Wizard. You messed it up and didn't get the A in there again. Now it's misspelled. I feel so bad. No. Not the Sleepy Party Wizard. This is why name changes should just be allowed, always. Because stupid stuff like that, or at least within X amount of time of making or changing your name, you should be able to just change it. Like that ticket should just say, for 10 minutes you can just change your name. So that way if you accidentally mess up and type it wrong, you can change it. Again. But especially trying to sell the ability to change your name in the game is pretty scummy. I'm not a fan. Skoski! I will be your friend. I accepted. We're friends now. Yeah, I will, I'll get with Dab, and either I will get him to let me be the leader of the hive, or get him to just log on real quick and accept a bunch of requests. I'm sure that they're just waiting for the new phase to start up here in a couple of days. Oh shit, a level 3. Well, on the bright side, at least that means that we're not going to have to worry about killing any of these Chaos Weavers. We'll just let Skoski do it, all by himself. You got it, right, Ski? You just go take out the Chaos Weavers for us? While we all sit back and sip on some Mai Tais or something? I thought so. Hey, some cave bear skins. Nice. Bounce across the icebergs, the icebergs, the icebergs. Bounce across the icebergs. Wherever we will go. On my main, I have 4-star DE and all the mods on Stable Bomber. Like almost maxed out. Oh, did you make an alt? Come over here. Hey, another legendary. There we go. There we go. We got some luck going now. What's up? We got some luck going now. So you know what I was just thinking? Charles isn't online anymore, but apparently some people were talking about your bonuses from your skins not stacking. And it seems like they do stack the base bonus, the plus cold resist bonus. But I wonder, there's a 5% healing bonus from these floating ice bear skins or whatever. Yeah, floating ice bear skins. They give you 15 cold resistance, and then they also give you 5% heal when you kill an enemy in temperatures below 10 degrees. So what makes me wonder is, will that stack? So if I put 2 of those, one on the pants, one on the chest, will I get 10% back every time I kill an enemy? Because that seems a little insane. Well, that's cool. We're happy to have you. And don't worry about like playtime or anything like that. You know, you've got your main character and you probably got like friends and stuff over there. So just like Darkling, I'm not gonna like kick you out of the hive or anything like that. Just whenever you feel like coming over, you're welcome to be here and you're welcome to share resources with us and use our resources to help make it easier for you to go. Or help make it easier for you to keep up. So we'll get you into the hive, and just whenever you have an opportunity or whenever you feel like being over here, then go ahead and hop on and we'll be around. And otherwise, you know, don't neglect your main. You want your... Well, good. I'm glad that it won't interrupt your play too much then. Alright. I think it might be friggin' food time. It's also getting too cold over here. I am hungry. Starting to feel a little sick to my stomach. I'm so hungry. That's funny, wizard. That's funny. Yeah, especially the PvE community on Once Human is pretty nice. Skoski, it's a little toxic over on the PvP side, but you know, whatever. That kind of comes with PvP. People like to talk smack. Sometimes they forget that, you know, the people they're talking to are real people. And they should probably not be so mean. I disagree, Nuclear. While I don't think that this game lends itself super well to PvP, I do think there is an opportunity to do some balance and to make good PvP in this game. Maybe if they did more to make PvP on Eternaland more interesting by giving you, you know, the ability to play like some capture the flag modes and to team up so that you can have teams in PvP on Eternaland, then I could see not having PvP in the scenarios and just having PvE scenarios and PvP Eternaland. And in that situation, I think I would agree with you. But if they don't do anything to improve the quality of PvP in Eternaland, then I think they should keep coming out with PvP scenarios. PvP is fun in this game when it's working and when it's going well. Just that the game isn't handling it very well right now, which is making it a little meh. But I think good PvP can be had in Once Human, and I'd like to see them do that. Especially with the vehicles. Nothing would make me happier than to have Mad Max style vehicle battles in this game. That would just tickle me to no end. But I'm going to go get some food going here real quick and use the restroom and fill up my water bottle. And then I'll be back and we will decide whether or not we're going to continue to play some Once Human and farm some leathers, or if we're going to go ahead and switch over and play some New World and try and level up my character there. But yeah, we'll decide that here in just a little bit, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. In case Skoski is actually still here, yes, I did mean New World Aeturnum. And I think that's probably what we're going to do. So if you're not interested in New World Aeturnum, that is what we're about to start playing. But at first I gotta eat. Gonna put some peanut butter and jelly on my taco. On my tortilla. For those of you who are new, I have terrible eating habits. But something that I tell everybody that they should do who comes to this channel is take anything that you would normally put on a sandwich and instead put it on a warmed up corn tortilla. Tell me it doesn't taste better. Definitely tastes better. I've been eating peanut butter and jelly tacos for months now. And I have never been so happy. But it goes true for anything. Like, get you some lunch meat and a tomato and a slice of cheese and some lettuce. And maybe instead of mayo, put like some sriracha sauce on there or something. Roll that bad boy up and eat it. Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly... That's what it is. It's a wrap. But it's... Instead of being a wrap for a salad... Chicken salsa, there you go. Instead of thinking of it as a wrap for a salad, think of it as a replacement for a sandwich. And then think of all the different things you can put on a sandwich. Right? Have you ever had, like, peanut butter and banana on a sandwich? Instead, roll that bad boy up in a corn tortilla. So good. Peanut butter and jelly. Your regular meats and cheeses. I'm telling you. Or if you don't like jelly, a little honey instead. Tastes really good. Or, there you go, banana and sugar. I'm telling you. And it's so much cleaner because you roll everything up in a tortilla and then there's nothing getting on your plate. So your plate stays mostly clean. Just wash it off real quick. Good to go again. I love it. You could even get really crazy with it and do like a whole Thanksgiving thing, right? And get you some ham and some mashed potatoes and some stuffing and cram all that into a corn tortilla. Roll that bad boy up and eat it too. Basically, I don't eat food that isn't inside of a tortilla. Because why would you do that? Tortillas are the greatest invention of any culture in the history of the world. Yeah, absolutely, Skoski. I beg to differ, Kalon. I personally just don't like bologna in general. But if you like bologna, tortillas have definitely existed since way before sliced bread. Flatbreads are like the original bread. We didn't start making loaves until... I know you were joking, Darkman. But I'm being serious over here, okay? I don't joke about freaking tortillas. all right? This isn't a laughing matter. This is real life. So I did not make a thumbnail. To change to for Once Human, or for a new world today. Well, I need to come up with something. Then I need to come up with a title. And all kinds of stuff to change it to. There's just nothing more to do in Once Human, Amaria. I have completed all the side quests. I don't think I've found every single one of the secrets, but I've completed all the side quests, and I have done all the main story, and we still have 2 days before we get phase 2. Gotta spread it out a little, you know? Which is great. I love that about Once Human. I am so happy about the fact that Once Human is so casual friendly, but it does make it fairly difficult to stream for really extended periods of time every day. Yes, Lothar, it is. Okay. Let's do a little work here to get this all set up. Yes, Lothar, we definitely will be setting up a thermal tower amongst ourselves. You gotta keep going through all those portals. They take you to secrets, Darkling. I read they can make the ground give oil. Man, I wish I could be playing Once Human right now. Yeah, I actually don't know anything about the thermal towers, Lothar. I haven't watched very much information at all about how this scenario works. I'm just gonna be kind of winging it, so... right now we're all scattered because we don't have the thermal towers yet. So we don't know exactly where we're gonna be. A couple of people are down over here, and there's actually a kind of nice spot over here that's in the polluted zone. So we could make this, if they do make it make oil, then we could do oil and polluted over here, which would be cool. But because we haven't had a chance to go into the fire zone and stuff yet, a decision just really hasn't been made yet about where we're going to be. Yeah, honestly, I'm not on the same world as everybody either. You can see these two people are in my world, but Smoking Rabbit and Grapsteel are on different worlds. It doesn't really matter right now, you know? We can get all moved in, and I'm way over here on a mountaintop all by myself like a psycho, so... with all kinds of spoiled food falling on the ground. Let's get over here. Let's start seeing about... Look at that view, though. So good. So freaking good. I will never beautify my house, Amaria. It has become my signature. My house is just a plank of wood. And that's just the way it is. I'm in the first spot still, but I've got a good structure going. Good. I do not beautify. I would love to be good at doing stuff like that, but I'm just not. And it just makes the whole experience unfun for everybody involved. Yes, I do. I love square functional builds. All that matters to me. The once human building system is very good. Yeah, it is a little bit buggy sometimes, but I definitely agree that they're doing a good job of improving it. The problem is right now that there's also not a lot of stuff that you can build, and there are a lot of things that can't spawn or attach to certain other things. So, like, the way you have to set up staircases and stuff like that, because certain staircases can't attach to in certain directions on different structures, is really annoying. So I wish they were a little more omni-useful, I guess. But hopefully they start to improve on some of that stuff and make it better. You know, I never played 76. so I don't really have a frame of reference for that. But it's kind of on par, in my opinion, right now with Ark, and I'd like to see it improve over Ark. Sorry everyone, I'm just trying to get some things changed and updated as we go here. Got freaking cops driving by and ambulances driving by, and sounds like the apocalypse outside. I don't even know what's going on. Okay, that's updated. Let's get in here. Let's change this thumbnail. And then we're going to get hectic. We're going to go into another game where most of my time is going to be spent running in the same circle and gathering the same resources. Because that's what I'm good at. I really enjoy gathering in New World because I really like setting up gathering routes. And running those gathering routes. It's really fun for me to try and optimize how those routes are run and how they work. So we're going to save this stuff up. I think I got everything changed correctly. Maybe, maybe not. It's entirely possible that this is all going to go pear-shaped, but I'm okay with it. So, you all are going to have to go on a black screen for just a second here while I change games. And this will also wonderfully count as our GeForce Now reset, which is great. Because in about an hour, we were going to have to go ahead and restart NVIDIA GeForce Now anyway. All right. Let's get logged in here. I just want to go check my Twitch real quick to make sure that it's showing the right thing. I'll have to find some way that I can just copy paste some stuff. New world. Hey, there we go. Fantastic. We're all good here. So that I can make these swaps easier. Maybe set up like a second scheduled stream for the new world. Now, because I don't want to make you guys switch. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We'll just figure something out. Don't want to make y'all switch. I'll figure out a cool way to get the swap going. Maybe find some sort of something that can be happening in the background while I'm changing on the screen, or I don't know. We'll see. I'm not terribly well versed in video editing or anything like that. Oh, things seem a little frozen there. Hang on a sec. I don't want it to close out and show you all my details. Okay. There we go. We're also going to have to take a look at the audio here. I think it's a little loud. Let's go into our settings. Let's do audio. Let's take it way down. Actually, right about there is probably pretty good. One of the things about this game is that its audio is friggin' phenomenal. So yeah, yesterday we played pretty much all night. I actually didn't go to sleep until 7 o'clock. I do need some kind of BRB screen, you're right, and I have pretty much the entire time, Darkling. Honestly, I don't know why. I've never made one. But I do really need to get on that and make that happen. We might still be a little loud on the music. I'm gonna go turn the music down a little more here when we get logged in. I'm a pretty soft-spoken person, so everything kind of has to be muted. But the audio design in New World is freaking incredible. I love farming resources in this game because you really get to hear that thunk or that clink or that whatever when you go and you gather up resources. And they've added a lot of voice acting, and they've added some additional sort of ambiance sounds when you're gathering resources or gathering things out of chests and stuff like that have just been really, really good. So let's get back in here, and we just want to make these audios come down here, and well, maybe just a little bit more. There we go. That'll probably be all right. Y'all let me know how that audio sounds to you and how you feel about it. I think I've got it about down to the level of the ambient audio of Once Human while we're playing. But things are a little different in this game, and some sounds are just really loud. And I've got it turned way down where I can't even really hear it. So, you know. Because personally, I don't really like to be able to listen to the audio in games. But let's go get started trying to get ourselves leveled up. We cleared a lot of the early game yesterday. And originally, I wasn't planning on streaming this game at all. And that's sort of how things go for me, is I don't plan on streaming and then I just end up doing it for different games. Yes, it is a fantasy MMORPG like World of Warcraft and RuneScape, but honestly, comparing World of Warcraft and RuneScape to each other even is sort of wonky, because those two games, even though they're sort of in the same genre, are drastically different from each other, and New World is very much the same. You'll see here that this is an action combat system instead of a tab target type combat system like World of Warcraft is, and I only have 3 skills per weapon, and I carry 2 weapons here. Unlike World of Warcraft or RuneScape, where you might have, 10 to 30 skills down on your hotbars that you're going through a rotation on. So this is a more, I don't want to call it a Souls-like, because it definitely doesn't have the difficulty of the Souls games, but the combat system more follows the lines of Dark Souls type games than it does follow the lines of typical MMOs with their tab targeting systems. It's all action based. But there's lots of crafting, lots of life skilling, lots of, gathering in dungeons and, stuff like that involved in the game. Which is all stuff that I'm very fond of. I played my very first MMORPG way back when I was a kid, maybe 12 to 15, somewhere in there. My first MMO was Dark Age of Camelot. And ever since then, I've just been totally in love with MMORPG games. And I've played a lot of them. I've never really played WoW, but I have played a bit of RuneScape. I've played Warhammer Online, played both Final Fantasy MMOs. I've played this New World. I've played the Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. And I've put, hundreds if not thousands of hours into each of those games over the course of my time playing them. Just looted an Alice Bunny at Frostforge. Yeah, that happened to me, also, Darkling. And it was also an Alice Bunny. I wonder if there's just one there. And also, don't feel bad about talking about one's human while we're playing something else. Like, who cares? Okay, Kalon also got one. Yeah, it seems like that might actually be something that's there for everybody. That everybody can get the Alice Bunny. That's interesting. That's really interesting. But I played right when New World came out. Yeah, exactly. I'm okay with it though. Like, it gave me an opportunity to get those resources and to get those shinies before everybody else. And now they've just made it easy so that everybody else can get them, which I'm totally okay with. I don't mind not having those things over the top of everybody else for an extended period of time. It was nice to have something to go and strive for. It was nice to get to be, one of the first people who had most of those shinies, and now putting them in or creating a system that makes everybody else be able to get them is great. I'm totally okay with it. But I played, I don't know, a couple thousand hours of this game when it first came out. I ran a guild or a company. It didn't really go super well. We went to a really, really hardcore server with some really, really good PvPers and got our butts kicked. But the game has changed to a more PvE focus. No, there is no building in this game, Amaria, unfortunately. There is player housing, and there are lots of blueprints for furnishings, but you cannot actually build your house. You purchase like a predetermined house, and then you can just build in there. Or not build in there, but place furnishings in there to make it however you want it to look. Where the can at? This is in no way a survival game. There's no food, there's no water, there's no cold, there's no anything like that. This is just straight up a traditional fantasy MMO. They have started to build the game as an action RPG, which honestly I don't agree with.
Neither duty nor divine
This game is absolutely not an ARPG, it is an MMO, even if it uses an action combat system. But they were doing that specifically for marketing purposes and trying to get, certain types of players and stuff in here. Hey, I need this sentry. Come over here. Hey. Hey. Where are you going, dude? Bite me. But we're playing a tank, as I do with all MMORPGs. I always play tank, so I'm using a sword and shield and a hatchet as my secondary weapon. And when we get into dungeons and stuff like that a little later on, probably in a few days, then I'll be doing a lot of tanking. But primarily I like to play these games in sort of a merchant style. I like to gather resources, I like to craft things, I like to, you know, make equipment and stuff for people, I like to sell things, I like to amass currencies. That stuff's kind of what I'm interested in. So I don't play these games so much for the combat and so much for the PvE or PvP experience as I do for that trading. Min-maxing my build, like getting the best mods for your build, absolutely. But I don't, again, I don't necessarily want to min-max my build for the sake of my build. I like to min-max builds and understand how builds work so that I can sell the proper items to other players who are trying to min-max their builds. Because I really, really like to play as a merchant. Nature damage, empty socket. So while I will go through and make sure that I have a good build, that's not going to be the primary focus of everything that I do. Primarily, I will be focused on doing all of that selling and crafting. Crafting in this game is actually really intricate. It didn't used to be, but they have made some changes over the past couple of years that have turned crafting in this game into a really intricate system of using certain items so that you can guarantee what the secondary stats or perks of items are. And that allows you to have a lot of control and to put a lot of effort into grinding a bunch of different types of resources so that you can guarantee those traits, and just makes crafting into a really, really interesting system that requires a lot of knowledge to be good at. It makes you feel like you're accomplishing something by being good at crafting and understanding that system. And that's something that a lot of games have trouble with, is their crafting systems feel very, like, secondary. And so you don't feel as a crafter like the time that you spent understanding the system really has as much value as you'd like it to have. And then, you know, you have systems where, you know, the player can just go out and find all the items that you're crafting. And that's also true in this game. You can absolutely just find all the craftables out in the open world, but the drop rates are pretty low, and so there is some value to being a crafter in this game. And so that's probably mostly what I'll be doing. Yeah, well, so the thing about Once Human, and the reason I don't necessarily do as much grinding in that game, is because there isn't really a ton of value to that extra grinding in Once Human, because there's no life skills to level up, and there's no... Okay, blow up the hole. Actually, I didn't even want to go over there. So you can't level up your life skills and stuff like that, and so a lot of that grinding just kind of becomes about gathering resources, which is great, but because the game is so casual friendly, you also don't really need all of those resources. And so there's not as much value in that grind, which is why I'm having a little bit of trouble finding something to do for more than, say, you know, 4 hours a day or something in that game. Which is great. Again, I really like to see a game going the route of let's be as casual friendly as we possibly can be. I think that's a really positive thing for gaming in general, and I think more games need to take that approach. But I play games all day, every day. I'm glued to my chair. I'm glued to my computer. And, I mean, I don't even have a phone because I'm always sitting at my computer desk. So if somebody needs to contact me, even my parents get a hold of me through Discord. So, you know, I need a game that will allow me to just sit and grind and grind and grind and grind. Because that's what I'm about. So we're going to do some of this, and we're going to do some once human. I almost called it OnlyFans. I don't know why. Don't ask me. It's because people abbreviated OH. And I'm used to seeing abbreviations of OF for, you know. And so my brain just like wanted to make that connection. That abbreviation gets me every time. Good old once human. Making me sound like a perv. Oh gosh, I miss cigarettes. I miss cigarettes more than anything. But I haven't had a smoke in like 6 years. No nicotine at all. I don't use e-cigarettes or anything. Yo, this guy's tanky. Dang. So tanky. It's funny how different these two games are, and how much I like both of them. I really didn't think I was going to be happy coming back to New World, because the game just didn't feel great. I mean, I played a couple thousand hours when it first came out, but there were some things that really just made the experience not a lot of fun the further and further you got into the game. And I guess it's possible that'll happen to me again as I get through here. But there's something about the grinding and leveling experience for, you know, all your skills and all your life skills and all your stuff in this game that I just thoroughly enjoy doing.
The brilliance of our plans. There is time yet for you to join the side of righteousness.
Talk to Jonas. Where is Jonas? I think Jonas is back up in the city. Well, near the city. We'll fast travel over to the city real quick. Oh no, I just killed myself. Ooh, I didn't just kill myself. That was close. That was so close. There's lots of interesting food buffs in this game. There's lots of artifacts. There's lots of different perks you can get on your gear. Right, when you look into your gear here, when you get to purple, eventually you'll have an empty socket for a gem and 3 perks on the gear. Is legendary, so that's legendary. Purple is empty socket and 2 perks, I think. And so you've got tons of different things that you can add, different traits and perks and stuff like that, that will drastically change your builds. There's just a lot to think about for min-maxing builds and stuff in this game. And growing your character. You've got your stat progressions, and there are stat breakpoints just like there were in Throne and Liberty, where if you get to certain tiers on strength or constitution or intelligence or wisdom, you get bonuses. Some of those bonuses affect your gathering. You've got complete gear sets for gathering and for crafting. So you can you can get gear specifically to increase the gear score of the items that you craft, and having a complete set of crafting gear for the type of crafting you're doing is a requirement to get the highest level gear score that you can get on an item. So in order to be like the best crafter, you've got to go out and farm up those crafting sets. And they can become really expensive if you have to buy them instead of gathering them up or grinding them yourself. So there's just a lot to do in this game, a lot to grind. It's very much the opposite of Once Human, where it's just not a casual friendly game really at all.
I heard the fire of sensuous. Their cause of...
Alright, it's gonna want me to go back over this way. Oh, literally right here. Okay. The leveling process in this game is pretty meh. Like the storyline has gotten a lot of really good upgrades and stuff, but because it's so fast to get to the end game, and because most of the content is end game content, which is very common in MMORPGs today, you don't have a ton of MMOs that have long leveling processes because they just want to focus on that end game level, 50 or 100 or whatever content, because it makes it easier to balance it. It makes it easier to, supply it to the most players. If everybody's max level and you're making new max level content, then there's, all of your players are going to be able to play that content. And I don't really like that direction for MMOs. I would prefer to see MMO games that are... Sorry, I would prefer to see MMO games that are really extending the leveling process and just... This person's flagged for PvP, that's why their name is red. So you can open world PvP in this game, it is not a requirement. It does increase your drop chances though, or your like rarity drop rate in the open world. And it also increases your chances of getting rare drops from gatherables when you're gathering out in the open world, if you're flagged for PvP, which is an interesting system. I personally don't like that, because again, it's harmful to the casual player base. But this is really just not a casual friendly game, at least if you want to do any PvP with it. If you're just planning on PvEing, then this is an extremely casual friendly game because it's a PvE, and of course it is. There's just, when you're in a PvE game, there's nothing that really forces you to go faster than you're going. But as far as PvP is concerned, if you're not playing 1,000 hours a day, you're not going to have a good time. Oop, that person let that bear come get me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, bear, I'm gonna need you to just knock it the hell off. Thank you. But I really do like the combat in this game. I especially like the tanking in this game, because enemies are constantly pushing towards you. You notice there that even though I had my shield out, I was kind of constantly backing up and moving around. In a lot of older MMO games that I've played, That's not a requirement. When you tank, your goal is actually to stand as still as possible and to keep an enemy faced in a certain direction all the time, because a lot of your allies are going to have directionally focused attacks that do extra damage if they're from behind or from the side or whatever. And so when you tank, your goal is to try and lock the enemy down as much as possible and hold them in exactly one spot so that your allies can get those directional attacks off. In New World, that's not really a possibility because the enemies are constantly pushing in towards you and they'll just end up behind you, and your block is directional. And so you have to be facing the enemy in order to block their attacks. And so in order to keep the enemy as grouped up as possible, I'm constantly moving backwards and blocking attacks and then trying to weave in attacks so that I can maintain aggro, because you have to be hitting an enemy to maintain aggro. If you just stand there and block, then eventually they won't be aggro to you anymore, and they'll go kill your healer or kill your DPS or whatever. And so it's a very intricate balance in this game to maintain that aggro. And it ends up being a heck of a lot of fun. There have been a lot of games in the last 3 or 4 years that have put a lot of effort into improving the gameplay of tanks. Throne and Liberty's tank gameplay was really good. The tank gameplay in this game is really good, and I'm really enjoying that trend because I always play tanks. And honestly, a reason that I don't play games like Final Fantasy XIV anymore is just that I no longer enjoyed tanking in those games, because it was just stand still and go through your tank rotation pulling aggro, and your healer heals you. And so there just wasn't a lot of focus on your gameplay. It was more about, you know, your DPSs and your healer doing their jobs correctly. And then you just kind of stood there and clicked your buttons. And I didn't really enjoy that as much as I used to. You know, it was a novel thing the first time. Way back when I was a kid. Ooh, a purple. Heyo. That's my first purple loot drop. Nice. Profane boots, 18 strength, medium footwear, nature harnessing, and luck. We might actually go ahead and put those on. Oh no, I just got new boots. Yeah, we might put those on. Yeah, I like it. 18 strength, good deal. So that luck perk that item has is going to increase my chances of getting good drops whenever I open random chests or anything like that in the open world. So, good perk to have on your gear if you're going to be running around doing loot runs. One of the things that people do in this game in order to get gear or loot or, you know, whatever they need, is they run around searching for big chests like this, and they open them up and get the stuff out of them. And so getting those words are hard. So getting those luck bonuses on your gear is important, so that when you go do that, you get better stuff in fewer picks than you normally would. And then you don't necessarily want those perks, those luck perks on your PvP gear. So that's where the gear sets come in. And you end up making a lot of sets. You've got your gathering set for each type of gathering. You've got your PvP set. You've got your PvE set. You've got your luck set. You've got, you know, just tons and tons of different sets of gear to manage and build and grow. And I like it. I really like going through and finding and building items and stuff. It's a lot of fun for me. Yeah, that's sorry, we just got a notification in the Discord. Somebody posting up an image of the prismatic Digby boy. But that's the prismatic Digby boy. That's not an ice Digby boy. Although it would be cool if they set up like a fire and ice version of shinies for one of the deviations during this particular season. What would be a good fire and ice? What's like a normal... It's like a normal deviation that could have a really cool, interesting effect if it was fire and ice. A territory deviation, I think. A territory deviation that gives different resources. Honestly, I think it's the Digby Boy. You could get him to give the heat rocks or the cold rocks. If it was the hot version or the ice version, like that'd be pretty cool. What's the quest here? Defeat Spearman, find more of Thorpe's plans. Alright. So normally these areas are just chock full of enemies, but because this server only started 5 days ago or 6 days ago, there's still a lot of people in these zones running around beating these missions. And so you come into these areas and there's just nothing to kill because everybody's already killed it. It's kind of hilarious. But I would really like that idea to have fire Digbies and ice Digbies. I think I could get behind that. Or...
At the highest point to the west shall we rise, and our power will flow out across the land in a crimson wave.
Honestly, a deviation that gave you like heat or cold, right? Like changed the temperature of the local area inside your base by making it hotter or colder depending on which version of it you got, because there are no deviations, I don't think, right now. I just almost got myself killed. Goodness. There are no deviations right now, I don't think, that do that, that change the temperature in your base. And I feel like that'd be super cool. And they should totally do that. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Oh, he just broke my shield. Broke my block. So now I have to regen my stam before I can block again. Thankfully, those are melee enemies. So I can just run over here and they can't get me. Unfortunately, you can't stop them from resetting once they start. I have to go try and pull them from over here. See if maybe I can just get one of them. Nope. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're in a bad way over here. Ooh, thank goodness that person saved my life. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's get more strength. And this is how you level up your skills and change the way they function. You piece of garbage. We'll go back to that in a little bit. Why is that elk trying to kill me? That's not nice at all. Stupid elk. There are mounts in this game. I don't have the expansion pack for it yet. Because I wasn't 100% sure. I mean, I'm still honestly kind of not 100% sure that it's going to be worth it to me. So I don't have a mount, so I gotta run around on my foot. On them Chevro legs. But that's alright. I like it. I honestly wish they had never added mounts to this game. I really liked not having mounts, but I guess the game's map size has increased quite a bit, so I suppose they didn't really have a choice. Get a new shield. Nice. Got some new gloves. With some constitution. I'd prefer to have strength, but that's fine. Whoops. Con, physical aversion, health. Okay. Cool. Didn't even realize we got those. Great. And then one of the things you do here is you just constantly break down your items. And they give you a little bit of gold when you do that. And then you can get some other resources and stuff that help you level up your XP. Yes, Amaria, this is Amazon's game. That is correct. Honestly, the thing that I'm most excited about for some of the updates that they've made to New World is that Amazon is making a Lord of the Rings MMO, I believe. It's currently in development, and they're going to be utilizing the same engine that they created to make this game, to make that game. So seeing their engine improvements and seeing how the engine has changed over time recently in the past 3 years is really making me hopeful for that game specifically as well. I think a new, good Lord of the Rings MMO would be pretty fun. But my goal right now is primarily to get to level 45, which should happen fairly soon. And then I want to start grinding up my mining levels so that, because I'll be able to use an orichalcum pickaxe when I hit level 45, and then I can start grinding up my mining levels and honestly start grinding up all of my gathering levels, because the orichalcum pickaxe is the highest tier pickaxe that I can gather, or that I can use. So that'll be the fastest that I can gather resources. And then I'll go a little gather happy. Defeat corrupted enemies. You just kicked me. Got him, coach. Got him. Where are these corrupted enemies? Is there a corrupted enemy over here? No. Yes. Don't kill it without me. Damn it. We're getting dangerously close to an elite zone, which is enemies of, you know, a similar level, but they're just much, much stronger. They do way more damage, they have way more hit points. And so you have to be careful going into elite zones. You usually need friends with you, especially if it's an elite zone of the same area or the same level you are. You can't really beat it on your own. But the nameplates of the enemies have special little things down under their level, like a special little indicator. It says, I'm an elite, I will kill you. Ooh, a longsword. Nice, that might be an upgrade. Gotta kill one more enemy. And then go destroy another portal. And defeat 3 more enemies. But first, whoops, let's see if this was an upgrade or not. 21 strength, empty socket, contagious upheaval. 17 strength, abyssal attunement. That's fine. That's better. Just because of its gear score, it's going to do more base damage. That's kind of the most important thing you're looking for as you go through the leveling process in this game, is just to make sure that you're getting the most gear score you can, because it's very dependent on how much damage you do to higher tier enemies. We just need 23,000 more XP. I'm not gonna duel you, random person. You're even 4 levels ahead of me. What kind of pansy duels somebody who's a lower level than them? So you see how this enemy has silver underneath it? That's what I was talking about. It'll be gold if it's an elite enemy, but it's silver if it's just a stronger enemy. Did the entire elite zone up here get removed? I think it might have. Holy cow. Weird. There used to be an elite zone up here with a big old boss at the top and everything. They've changed so much about this game since the last time I played it a couple of years ago. This game has been out for so long. What, this is like year 4 or something like that? I don't even remember. Beat more corrupted enemies. There was once a time where you weren't even able to open your backpack while you ran. You had to stop to open your backpack. It was the most obnoxious thing. Unhallowed soul of Mirkgard. Abyssal, shiny, arboreal. Or slimy. Slimy means he puts that purple stuff out of the back of him. Whoops, not the button I wanted to press. And that purple stuff lowers your movement speed. So if you get into it, then he can keep chasing you down and you can't escape. It's easily one of the most annoying things that can happen in this game. Because you end up having to move around so much when you're fighting in this game. Not being able to actually maneuver is kind of a death sentence. Finisher. Ooh, it's a rapier. Alright. And we go up the mountain yet again. This is all new questline stuff. I've never done this quest before. They've done so much to improve the questing experience as you level up in this game. I was pretty skeptical about New World's Aeturnum release when they released it for console. Like a lot of people, I thought it was just Amazon trying to sell some more copies of the game before completely abandoning it. But I honestly don't see how it would be possible for them to have put as much work into the game as they appear to have put in the past year or so, if they were just going to be abandoning the game. They have done an incredible amount of work to improve the overall new player experience, which makes sense since they were releasing the game to console players, so they were going to have a new audience, and they needed that new player experience to feel really good, and it does. I've really enjoyed going through and leveling up. Oh, I can't quite get this Orichalcum node. That's too bad. But we can maybe go kill Mr. Tendril here. Darn, I have to have 150 mining and I only have 130 something. What a bummer. But if they drop new endgame content, say every 6 months for the next 2 years, I think this game has a real chance of being one of the good MMOs over the course of the next couple of years. If they don't drop any new content over the next year, then there's a decent chance that this game dies all over again. But, you know, I'm all about a comeback story. I will be very happy to see New World make a comeback like Final Fantasy XIV did. I played Final Fantasy XIV when it very first came out, and I didn't even make it to level 10 before I quit. That game was so broken when it came out. And when A Realm Reborn came out, I didn't give it a chance. And I honestly have always kind of regretted that, because it took me years to get back into that game. And A Realm Reborn was actually a really, really good update. And they did a really great job with it, and I've enjoyed Final Fantasy since. But I've just never been as invested in Final Fantasy XIV as I would like to be, because I didn't start playing it again until the second or third expansion had already come out. And so I felt like there was so much catching up I had to do that I just didn't really enjoy, you know? So hopefully this game will be a really fun experience, and if they keep putting out new content for it and keep improving the quality of the game, I think we got a real shot here. But we'll see. I am cautiously optimistic, I guess. Nice of these guys to kill all the enemies here for me. Wow, they nuked that guy. Holy shnikes, y'all. Folks need to relax. Stop picking on the poor enemies. So mean. Just need to kill 2 more enemies. Okay, here we go. The ammo.
Who is the destroyer now? I seek to create. Your former captain.
Ah, there's a fast travel point over here. Nice.
Go then.
A lot of the early game leveling and stuff of this game is really just about dragging you around the map, taking you to all the different places, getting you all the different waypoints and stuff like that. One of the disappointing things about this game is that the world is so pretty and so wonderful to be in, but not very much of the game takes place in a lot of the zones of the world, because you just kind of level through and then you don't really have any need to go back, except for maybe like gathering low tier resources or something like that. And so I wish that either the leveling experience was much, much longer, or oh, I actually have to go up in here. Okay. I don't know why we have so many of these guys, but okay. Let's get rid of these little guys first. Then we'll start worrying about the big dudes here. Boy, we almost biffed it there too. So many enemies, my goodness. Okay, why are all of these things spawning? This is freaking silly. Freaking silly. Just run past these things. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. I do love that you can just randomly use other people's campsites as your own respawn point in this game. It's pretty hilarious. there's not a ton of value in it, because if they move their campsite, then you suddenly can't use it anymore. But it's pretty funny, and it's pretty useful sometimes. If you're just doing quick little quest stuff like this, then you can just snag up the random person's site, and if you die, you just respawn right there. Pretty nice. Hey, there's some more orichalcum nodes. Let's go save this person real quick, and then the game will probably tell me to kill some boss in here or something. Oh, defeat unhallowed infestations. Alright. Well, there's 3 down. Oh, there's more orichalcum over there, too. Good little spot for ori. Pretty easy to get to. Probably pretty easy to drop aggro. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 orichalcum nodes up here. Orichalcum is no longer the absolutely highest tier material in the game. You have mithril now. But for anybody who didn't buy the expansion, orichalcum is the highest tier gear in the game. So for me, is I did not buy the expansion. Booyah. Where are my little crawler dudes? Need to kill 3 more little crawlers. Oh, that guy's got one of the most annoying... Oh, he's aggroed on me. Yo, he aggroed from super far away. What's up with that? He's got that slicer, which is that purple stuff that he drops on the ground. It's really bad for melees, because I've got to stand here in it when he drops one to fight him. I have to, like, back off. Oh, and there's another one. This is going to turn into a bad day if some of these folks don't help. Oh, there we go. There's somebody help. And this guy's just got slimy, which ain't so bad. It's annoying, and I move slow, but against these enemies, it's not necessarily a bad one. Hey, a longsword of the soldier. Maybe I got better stats on this longsword of the soldier. 22 strength, empty socket, contagious upheaval. Nope, literally the same one, but with 1 more strength, so we're going with it. Hey, and a hatchet. Nice. Let's see what our hatchets are here. We've got defiled hatchet of the soldier, 480, 480, strength, keen berserk, exhausting infected throw, and strength. Nope. We're gonna put that one on. Perfect. And then we're just gonna go through and dismantle all this stuff, because I don't need any of it. Oh, there's an infestation. Need to kill that. Now we just need to kill 2 more of those. Seems like they tuned down the damage that those slicers do. They used to just chew through your hit points. Used to feel like you were just instantly dying every single time. there's one of the enemies I need back here. And just one more. Then we'll be moving right along. Nice. Continuing up the hill. What level are we? 44? How close are we to 45? 2,000 more. Yeah. Looks like we just need to clear one more quest. And then it'll be on to Endless Gathering. At least for a little while. I've always really loved coming up this mountain. It was one of the first really, like, big things that we did as a group. We brought some people from the guild up here, and 4 or 5 of us just came all the way up and beat the top boss back when this was an elite zone. And it was one of the first, like, really high-level elite zones that was really, really massive like this that we had ever beaten together as a group. Just some really, really fond memories of early New World. So he broke my shield in one hit. I'll be going back soon. Thank you for the stream, Hermit. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Thanks for being in the chat. It's really nice to have people talking. It helps me maintain my focus on being chatty in this during the stream and stuff. So I really appreciate anytime somebody comes and asks good questions or... yeah, I stream every day, Amaria, at the same time. 11 a.m. Pacific is when I get started. And I will be starting again, just like today, I'll be starting on Once Human. And then probably after 4 or so hours, be moving back over to New World again. So we'll do, 4 or 5 hours of Once Human every day, and then however many hours of New World, and we'll call that the stream. But I don't have anything better to do with my time, so I stream every single day. Hey, I got another purple drop. Ooh. A purple chest piece. What do you have? Strength, strike conditioning, grit ward. Don't mind if I do. Alright, see you tomorrow, Amaria. Have a good day. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, snap. I'm over here trying to die. Just need to get this enemy out of here. Okay, good. Now I can just focus on this stupid thing. By focus on it, I mean run away from it. Oh, you POS. Good times. Good times. I'm just gonna run up past all this stuff this time. Not gonna worry myself about trying to fight my way. One of the good things about this game is you can just kind of run past everything. Oh, somebody must have moved their teleport point. That's too bad. Oh no. I came all the way back down. What? What? Gosh darn it. Alright, weapon mastery. We want... slow. Absolutely. What does my character have here? Oh, hatchet. If target is below 30% health, Pharaoh Rush deals more health. Sure. I mostly just use that for the skills anyway. Shiny blue sword. This is from both of these skins. Well, I guess that's actually not a skin. Are these no longer skinned? The only skins that I really have for this game are from way back in the day. We had some Twitch drops. Like, way back in the day. Those are pretty much the only skins I own in this game. Gotta run our butts back up there. Gotta get this quest done. I'm pretty sure once I clear this quest, I'll be at level 45. Heck, I might get a level 45 before I clear this quest. Honestly. Yeah, I only need 1100 more XP. It's only a couple more enemies. I should probably just be killing stuff. Whatever. It's good to clear the quests, since I'm already up here. I don't want to have to run all the way back over here to get this later. I did not realize how far this was, though. Holy snap. This is a long old way. Really wish that I could go snag that orichalcum. Gotta get my mining up. Gotta get my mining and my gathering and... sorry, harvesting, not gathering. And logging and all of that up. Logging sucks. There are a lot of people who really, really like logging in this game. And they like just spend tons of time chopping down trees. But I hate logging because there's no route to logging. There's just tons and tons of trees. So, like, I really like the high-end logging, where you're trying to get weird wood and ironwood, because that follows the same kind of pattern where you find an area that has that stuff and then you create a route and then you run the route and harvest them. But for just regular the regular base type of wood that you have to gather until you hit level 100, It's just like every tree is possible to be cut down. And so you're running around chopping down all of these freaking trees. You don't get nearly as much XP. And it takes for freaking ever. And I hate it. And I don't want to do it. I'm going to, but I don't want to. But I can spend so much time running around gathering resources in these games. So much fun. And I mean, shoot, I'm already up to 12k. Yeah, 12.5k gold. That's pretty good. Only starting yesterday. Guess I played for about 10 hours yesterday. About 1,000 gold an hour, a little more. Starting from level 1, that's pretty impressive. But I did a lot of mining yesterday. Once I got to a point where I could use my star metal tools, I went and got my mining all the way up to 130. That guy is going to die. I would save you, but there's literally no way. You're effed. I can't believe that person survived. That might be the craziest thing I've ever seen. That person definitely should have died. I'm honestly mildly disappointed that they didn't. Alright, do I have some food? Wants me to defeat a spearman. Why is that person already attacking me? That person aggroed from so far away. Got him. Where's this spearman at? That I'm supposed to kill. Oh, is this a teleport? This is a teleport. Nice. Very nice. How convenient. Right here at the end. So if something goes wrong, I don't have to walk my happy ass all the way back over here. We got him. Must be up here. Surely. The cinematics and stuff for this game have gotten way better also.
Well, we made it here.
Enter the plane of corruption? Okay. Let's enter the plane of corruption. They've created a bunch of single-player bosses, or solo bosses, as you do the level up experience in this game. And because of the pace of leveling up in this game, I think that's very important. That's another thing that they've kind of messed up on, when it comes to the pace of leveling in MMORPG games nowadays is that it's really hard to play with your friends when leveling is so fast. Okay. Oh. Charge the altar. Must have to go around to the other side. Oh no. Drop this down. Okay. Gotta bust all these eyes, it looks like. Bye-bye eyeballs. That's interesting. I like that they've also seemed to have added a lot of mechanics to the bosses. The bosses were pretty straightforward tank and spanks before. There weren't a ton of mechanics to them. You know, tanking in general was pretty mechanically difficult, but for the most part, the bosses were pretty straightforward. And I'm liking to see that there's a little interest here, a little something to think about. Some stuff to interact with, some buttons to click. It's all real good. Now, I assume I come smack this. Looks like it. Oh. I didn't realize I was dying. Whoops. Put this respawn position on cooldown. Talking about on cooldown. I have to completely refight the boss? I do, don't I? Okay, no more dying. Stupid hermit. Boss isn't that complicated. Click the buttons, kill the eyeballs. Try not to get killed. I'm getting chaos. I wonder if I have the chaos defense stuff. I probably do. Used Beast Ward, used Ancient Ward, used Angry Earth Ward, used Lost Ward, infused Corrupted Ward. Alright. That in there. And then let's take that. Good deal. That'll work. Taking this bad boy down again. Let's finish this off. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This got Garfield and one's human. Garfield? Oh, Yamansha. Okay, I get it now. You got the orange kitty cat. Took me a minute to realize what you were trying to say to me there. Sorry, I was kind of focused on this boss because it was kicking my butt. But congratulations. Is that the first time you've gotten the orange cat? Nice. Good deal. Good deal. Gotta get all of those. Gotta get all those shinies. It's important. Teleport. Oh, it's just teleporting me automatically. Okay. I see. I see.
I will with Godspeed.
That's level 25. Or 45. That's what I need. Get a new medium chest piece, bleeding sweep. No luck, maybe. Let's see, what do I have? Strength. Strike conditioning crit ward. This is 467, this is 479. I think we're gonna keep the one I got. Ooh, star metal ingots. Alright. Where in the holy frack am I? Let's teleport back to my recall point here. Now let's go over here and let's buy some orichalcum tools. Because I need them. Gathering tools, logging axe, orichalcum, can use. There we go. Let's go with the price lowest. There we go. Logging yield, azoth extraction, gathering recovery, logging efficiency. That's actually a really good one for just 400. I'd probably rather have discipline, but I'm okay with this. Let's see, what does this one have? Alacrity, yield, azoth extraction, discipline. Yield, azoth extraction. Yield, extraction, recovery, discipline. Yeah, I think I like this one the most. I'm gonna go ahead and buy that. And then we're gonna go back. And we're going to go to sickle. We're gonna buy ourselves an orichalcum sickle. Yield, extraction, recovery, efficiency. Yield, extraction, recovery, efficiency. Yield, extraction, recovery, efficiency. Yield, alacrity, extraction, efficiency. Discipline, yield, extraction, recovery. Yield, extraction, recovery, efficiency. I think we'll go with the discipline here as well. Pickaxe. Go for the orichalcum. Alacrity, yield, luck, extraction. Alacrity, efficiency, extraction, yield. I don't actually need the discipline on this one nearly as much because I already have quite a few more levels. We're going to get that one. And we're going to get an orichalcum knife. Yield, luck, extraction, efficiency. We are looking for discipline, alacrity, luck, extraction. No. Alacrity, yield, extraction, efficiency. Yield, extraction, recovery. No. No. Oh. Come on now. Give us discipline, yield. That's fine. Just want discipline and yield mostly on these. And there was another... Okay, I don't need a fishing pole. Perfect. Let's go into our inventories here. And put these in here. I'm going to go ahead and unlock star metals. Unfortunately, can't really do anything with those except destroy them. And let's get in here and sell anything that we might have that's worth anything of selling. Sure. We'll sell our azurite chunks. Why not? Brilliant malachite. Not worth anything. Clay iron, fire modes, a bunch of random gems. Some gold. Not worth much. But worth selling. Gonna hang on to those for a little while. Gonna hang on to all this for a little while. Yeah, I think most of this is just gonna end up going in the storage here. Really want to sell these star metal ingots. 45 for a star metal ingot, that seems insane. Maybe we go with 15. Star metal ore. These have very limited value right now. I guess a lot of people are still trying to level up their smelting from the earlier stages. They're still down in iron and steel, which is why iron ore is actually worth a huge amount right now. If we go in here, we look at my orders here. I've been selling iron ore for about 90. A lot for the last couple of days. So it's been really worth it to be gathering up iron, which is what I'm going to go do now. Instead of going to a higher tier resource and gathering like star metal or something like that, which would have some value. The star metal would level me up faster, but it's not worth as much as the iron is right now. So we're going to go ahead and harvest up some iron. And it might be about time actually to start turning the iron into iron bars and then selling the bars. But we'll see. That person's just running around in circles right there at that node. Not really sure why. Oh. This node's opened up. Nice. We've got that mining alacrity giving us the increased speed here. I like that. This is my route. Whenever I'm gathering iron ore, I start at that teleport point over there, And first thing I do is I walk up into the woods here. There's a couple of good spots. But I really like this route because if you get all of the resources, then it takes about as long as it takes for the resources to respawn. If other people are taking some of the resources, then I kind of have to like readjust or maybe extend the route a little bit. But it looks like there's going to be some other competition here. Depending on how well this run goes, I may actually just decide to go back to leveling and continue doing that for a little while we wait until it's a little bit later in the day when there are less people on, so there's less competition for the resources. But we'll see. There's usually a 3-pack right back there of iron nodes. Here we go. Then we got a 3-pack that's normally above us here. Looks like it's been harvested. And then there used to be resources down here, but I don't actually think they're here anymore. And then there's a 3-pack up here as well. But it's also been harvested. It's right here. Man, some serious competition out here today. Even the, oh no, the silver nodes are still there, nice. A lot of people skip the precious metal nodes. I think that's a huge mistake because the precious metals can drop you gems, and the gems can be extremely valuable. Especially if you're harvesting platinum nodes later on. So definitely don't skip on your precious metal nodes like silver, gold, and platinum. Those are going to end up being really valuable to you. Because those gems, you're going to want to level those gems up. That's how you get your gem cutting up. By mashing those gems together, making better versions. And then eventually when you have, you know, cut pristine garnets and stuff for tanking, the value there is just huge. Because there's some people here, we're actually going to extend this out just a little bit. The way we're going to do that is we're going to come get these star metal nodes, and there's a silver node up on top of this hill up here. But there's 3 star metal nodes and a silver node. This person is obviously a bot, because it's coming over here trying to gather up the resources that I'm gathering. Or it thinks I'm a bot, so it's reporting me. I'm not really sure which one. Something I really hate about gathering is people are so jaded by the number of bots and stuff there are out there that even while they're actively running around doing a route like this and gathering resources by hand, anytime they see any other person doing exactly the same thing that they're doing, they immediately decide that that person's a bot and that they should report that account. And so they're constantly like trying to bot check you by asking you questions and stupid crap like that. And I'm just not interested in talking to, you know, the people through the chat on this game. And so I never respond, and it has caused me no end of grief. I get nasty DMs and stuff like that all the time, calling me a bot and swearing at me, and I'm literally just doing exactly the same thing that the person who's mad at me is doing. And they're just mad because I got to the node first or whatever. And so they decide that I'm a bot, and then they start giving me grief about it. But this is just one of my favorite things to do in MMORPG games, is find a good resource route and run it and make currency. I mean, I'm making 1,000 to 1,500 gold an hour right now doing this. Or at least I was last night while I was running it. Right now there's too much competition, so I'm probably not. But it's a great way to make currency. It's a lot of fun. You can throw on a TV show or something like that while you do it. It's really easy to talk to you all while I do something like this. So, you know, talking about builds or talking about the game, talking about dungeons, anything like that is really, really easy to do without taking too much of my focus, or without the game taking too much of my focus away, which I think is really nice. Because the most important thing about streaming has almost nothing to do with the gameplay. It's all about, you know, the interaction and the talking and the conversation. So doing content that allows for that, I think, is a good thing. And it's just super cool to try and find little tiny ways to optimize your route and to move through the route efficiently, to avoid enemies, to, you know, gather the most resources you possibly can per hour. It's really fun. This is a route I've literally been running since the game came out. It was one of my very first iron ore routes. I've been running it for literally ever. Route is freaking camped right now. Ooh. Big node over there. Gotta get it. Oh yeah, a couple of nodes. Nice. But ultimately what you're going to want for each of your gatherings is gear that has gathering yield on each of your slots. And then you're also going to want the best axe that you can get with the highest yield you can. Efficiency is really good, because you definitely want to swing faster. Or not swing faster, swing fewer times. Gather faster, sorry. A couple of nodes down here too, nice. Ah, bummer, just the one. If I had a little more yield than that one, a little more efficiency than that one right there, would only take 2 swings instead of 3, which would be great. I'd love to get that down to 2 swings. I'm sure if I could get the mithril, I probably would. But I'm pretty sure I can't even equip them if I don't have the expansion. that's fine. At some point I'll probably go ahead and get it. I'm enjoying this game enough that I'm going to put enough hours into it. But I at least want to get to the point where I have to have the expansion to level up or do anything more before I worry about it. There's still a lot of growth for my gear score and stuff like that that has to go on before I ever get to that point. But we'll see. Although I think that they've adjusted the gear score system in the expansion to a point where you kind of get to skip the gear score growth system that used to exist. And so I may need to get the expansion so I can skip that so I don't waste my time doing the traditional growth system. The other thing you really want to do when you're out gathering, and what I didn't do right there, was you want to go for the nodes that take more swings first, because they're going to give you more resources when you finish them. And because you don't want to give other people the opportunity to come in and swoop your nodes while you're harvesting. So once you get to a clump of nodes, you just want to attack the one with the most first, the biggest node. And then you start moving your way down to the lower tier ones that give you less resources. Especially when you have high tier gathering tools, because it takes so few swings to hit the really big nodes and to get the resources, that having a really, or that going after the big ones first isn't so much of a detriment, and still leaves you the opportunity to gather up the other ones if somebody starts running in on you. So you always want to gather the biggest node first. Especially if somebody's right up on you. Now, if you've got the route mostly to yourself, then an argument could be made to go after the small nodes first, so that you get those out of the way. And so somebody doesn't come up while you're getting the big node and take the big node from you, or take the little nodes from you. So you get ultimately more resources that way. But in those situations where the route is mostly empty, you're not going to be necessarily competing with people nearly as much. And so that becomes much less of an issue. And so it has a diminishing return. Whereas when you're in a place that's really highly contested, the return that you get on getting the biggest node first versus the smaller nodes is extremely high, because you're going to very consistently be getting that bigger node over somebody else getting the smaller one, instead of being stuck just getting the small one. So I think it's just a good practice to do all the time, because then you're getting the highest return on your investment there. Instead of trying to figure out, well, is this super contested, or, you know, at what point is the break point? Has the break point been reached? Are there few enough people that it's okay? Should I still be doing, you know, the big node first, or can I do the little node first? Just always do the big node. And then there's much less mental math to do, and you won't kick yourself nearly as much for not getting the big nodes. Tyler. What's up, Tyler? Jump. I'm primarily playing this game solo right now. I may join a PvP company later, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure if that's going to interest me or not. There's not really a ton of point in joining a company that's designed around, like being merchants in this game, because you can kind of just get everything you need off of the auction house. The only game that I think is really going to lend itself to the merchant guild style of play is actually going to be Ashes of Creation. I don't know if you all know, but Ashes of Creation's NDA, the verbal NDA, lifted yesterday. And so there are actually a bunch of videos out of people who have been playing in the alpha so far, who are now able to go ahead and discuss some of their experiences, how they feel about the game, how they feel about the upcoming Alpha 2, and what's coming. And then I believe the Alpha starts on the 25th, which is actually only 4 days away. I'm very excited about that. I will be watching pretty much all of my time when I'm not streaming is going to be spent watching Ashes of Creation. Stream content for the Alpha, because lordy, I am looking forward to that game. If there was any information that I could go and find about Light No Fire, then I would go seek information about that too, because that's also a game that I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to be super great. And then, I'm a little excited about PAX Day. I'm a little excited about Arcade Chronicles. Because Arcade Chronicles is going to come out well before Ashes of Creation does, I'm excited about that, because I'm excited to have a new high-quality MMO to try and play. But I don't know, because of so much of the pay-to-win stuff that happened in the original Arcade, I am concerned about Chronicles and their monetization practices, and whether or not I'm even going to really be able to enjoy that game because of that. Throne and Liberty, again, was a good game, but their monetization and the way their war system worked, it just wasn't really it for me. But we'll see. Maybe Arcade will scratch that itch for me. But I definitely want some new MMOs to play. I want some new MMOs like this. Throne and Liberty felt very top-down to me. But this game you can't really observe from the top-down perspective. You sort of have to be behind your character. And I like that. I'm at the mid-range right now. There's one more step that you can take further back, and one more step closer that you can be to your character. I like this spot right here. I think it gives me plenty of view of the world around me, especially when I'm trying to tank. It lets me see the enemies that are, trying to surround me and stuff like that. And so I think it's a good range and gives me all the information I need, but it brings me close enough to my character that I actually feel like I am playing as my character instead of, being a controlling hand on top of my character, which is what those top-down formats feel like to me. And I just much prefer to play from behind my character. I think it's the reason that I never really got into RuneScape, is that top-down style just doesn't really suit me. I like to be from my player's perspective a little. Honestly, I would probably play a game where you only had first-person perspective, like an MMO, where you only had first-person perspective, because I think that would be incredibly immersive. But if you have the option not to be in first-person, I just can't really bring myself to step out of or just go into first-person, because there's just so much more information in third-person view. Because you can be, looking around and seeing what's going on while you're harvesting and all of that stuff. So I just can't bring myself to do it, you know what I mean? But I don't think that only first-person view would be a deal breaker for me when it came to MMO games. I think I'd be okay with it. There are obviously a lot of people out there who it would be a deal breaker for, which is why most MMO games have both first-person and third-person views, if they have first-person at all. And I think that's really unfortunate because it really eliminates the value of first person. It sort of relegates first person to the same space as RP walking in MMO games, where you only really do it if you're intentionally trying to immerse yourself in the world. It's not a tool that is used by the devs for sort of automatic immersion. And that makes me sad. Probably need to turn off my local audio so that I can't hear people screaming obscenities. So that stuff doesn't end up on my stream. Which is too bad, because I really like proximity audio chats. I think they're a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun early on in Once Human with proximity audio, but nobody really uses it anymore, which makes me a little sad. But nobody really uses it because, you know, in every game that has proximity chat, you end up with a bunch of little kids running around dropping N-bombs and stupid crap like that. Nobody wants to hear that. People playing music super loud over their garbage microphones. That stuff's the worst. So proximity chats end up just not really getting used. Which is too bad. But at least you also have group chat, which means you can do, you know, audio with your group. So if you're a solo, or a player that typically plays solo, you know, you still have the ability, without having to join a bunch of discords or something like that, to do voice chat in dungeons or whatever. I think that is incredibly important, because we have a lot of games, especially MMOs nowadays, where a lot of the focus is on solo play or teaming up with random parties. Was using nearby chat with my friend the other day because her mom can't do Discord. Then some random started talking to us, freaked me out. Yeah, I love that stuff. I think that's great. I love proximity chats. But especially at least having a team voice chat means that those players who typically play solo have the ability to jump in and immediately be able to voice chat with whoever they're doing dungeons with or anything like that. And I think that's really important, especially as content gets harder and harder and harder in MMOs. And mechanics keep getting more and more and more intricate. Having, you know, that proximity voice chat available, or having that team voice chat available, is pretty important. Also, it's super cool that your friend's mom plays video games with y'all. I think we've already discussed that, but super dope. Running in circles and circles and circles. I mean, I understand. The reset can be a little jarring, especially if you're familiar with games like Valheim or some of the other single or small group survival games that have come out recently. Enshrouded, Valheim, even Nightingale sort of has that same vibe. And you get to keep everything and you get to use everything, and it's just this constant snowball of more and more and more. Yeah, exactly. More and more materials and stuff like that. And that can be really fun because it means that eventually you get to a point where you just kind of make things at will, right? You just have so many resources. You have so much stuff that you're just like at a whim, you're doing whatever you want. And, you know, it's sort of like turning on the cheats on a game that you've been playing for a while and then going back, or, you know, getting to a really high level and going back to a zone that you've already beat and just shitting all over everything. That same feeling comes from, you know, it used to be so hard for me to make these bullets. Or, you know, I used to have to go spend an hour and a half gathering up materials to, you know, make enough spears or enough arrows or enough whatever to cook these foods that I wanted. And now, you know, I've got it so good that I go back to this stuff that I used to do that used to take a really long time. And just instantly, I have all of the resources I need and I just make as much as I want. And that's sort of the same, the equivalence that you get from survival games of what you get from old RPG games. And so I understand. I mean, that's a really good feeling. It's really fun to get to a point where, you know, you can make 1,000 plasma grenades or whatever. And money is no object. Like, that feels great. But resets give you an opportunity to feel that on a smaller scale more times, I think. Because it only takes a week for us to get out of phase 1 into phase 2 and then start using our tier 5 gear to just dumpster on all the, you know, tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 stuff. And so you almost immediately, every time a reset happens, get to that point. And because they've taken the route of making everything as casual friendly as possible and, you know, eliminating a lot of the really, really hard grind that you get in a lot of survival games, you still kind of get to that point where, you know, at first you're like, oh, I gotta make steel bullets again. Oh, I don't even have any steel. Oh, I don't even have any gunpowder. Oh, I'm so out of resources. And then, you know, by week 3 or 4, that's not the case anymore. You know, you've farmed up a ton of resources, you've killed a ton of enemies, and then you have all of those resources again. And you can just go make whatever you want. Like, oh, I want steel bullets. Oh, I want, you know, the legendary bullets. Oh, okay, cool. I'll just craft a bajillion of those, because who gives a crap? Right, exactly. I've been using steel bullets for a couple of days now. Just, that's all I use anymore. And I'm even in a position where I'm having a little bit of trouble finding iron sometimes, and I still have way more than enough steel to get that. So, you know, and later we'll get to use even better bullets. And then you know, at the end of the scenario or at the end of the season, you're not going to get to keep those resources in any sort of way that's actually, beneficial to your next season. So there's no point in hoarding them, right? You might as well use them up. So freaking spend them, make your bullets, have a good time. I am going to stay here for a moment. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. You know, I was not intentionally hiding in a bush, but yes, I am. So you can crouch and go prone in this game. And it's actually, the way they did it for PvP is really interesting because it reduces the range at which enemies can see your name tag in PvP. So I've actually had people chasing me before, and you can kind of dive prone. So like, if I was running at this bush, I could like dive into the bush. You used to go a lot further. They've fixed it because there was a trick you could do where you could like dolphin run, where you dive over and over and over again, and you actually move really fast. And I guess in order to fix that glitch, they've gotten rid of the diving aspect of going prone, because you used to like jump really far. You used to maintain your momentum. But because enemies can't see your name tags, when you go prone like that, you actually could just go prone in bushes and people would run right by you in PvP. And it was actually pretty freaking hilarious. And we used it to great effect in a war one time. We were getting our butts kicked, and we still ended up losing. But a couple of us snuck out the back and proned around and got behind the enemy and actually got some really good kills off and had a good time getting the flank down by doing that. It's a very good mechanic for PvP, I think. Or, you know, you escape somebody, you get around a corner where they can't see you, and then go prone yourself in a bush and hide, and then they come around the corner and they can't find you. Just all good times. Hey, we're 6.5 hours into this stream. Nice. Very nice. Just running it in circles here. So, kind of the next thing that I really want MMORPG games to do is something you'll notice in New World, especially as the server progresses, and something that you notice in a lot of MMORPGs is the difference in the cost of a crafted item and its component pieces is not very high. So what I mean by that is, if I were a crafter and I wanted to go make a sword to sell, if I bought all of the resources required to make that sword and then sold it on the market, because of taxes, I would probably lose currency. And so if I want to make that sword to sell, I have to make it by going and gathering the resources myself. But because we've already established that the resources ultimately net more currency anyway, or the same amount of currency, why would I go through the trouble of leveling up my my craftings when I can make the same amount of currency gathering? Because I have to put a lot of resources into leveling up craftings, because I have to make hundreds and hundreds of items before I can make the best items. And so I end up ultimately losing a lot of currency and taking a very long time to earn that currency back. And that's pretty much the way it works across every MMO game today. Because the only time sink in the crafting, gathering loop, the crafting, gathering, and refining loop, is the gathering part. Everything else is just a button press. And so there's no time loss there. There's no skill involved there. There's no anything to that process. And so the only thing that you're trying to recoup and the only cost that you incur to be a crafter is the cost of the resources required to make all of the hundreds of items that it took in order to get that crafting level up. And so eventually everything just flattens out and crafters make zero profit or extremely low profit off of their crafting. And you end up just needing to make huge amounts of items to make any sort of decent profit. The reason I bring this up is the thing that I want to see MMO games do in the future, the next thing I would like to see MMOs work on, is a crafting system that takes time and skill. And I know people really love to hate on mini games, but having a mini game that took a fairly long time, right? When I say mini game, I don't mean, a 5-second click a couple of buttons, make the ball roll down the hill or something kind of a mini game. I'm talking like a 15 to 30 minute mini game that you play to craft an item that has multiple potential failure points that would determine the quality of the item that you crafted based on how many of those failure points you surpassed. So I think the best example that I've come up with so far is anybody familiar with the game Slay the Spire? Where you build your deck of cards and then you go up the different pathways and you get new cards and you fight monsters and yada yada yada, and it's a roguelike or roguelite. I don't remember which one. But that particular system and those style of games lend themselves very well to potentially being a crafting system, because those pathways can represent different statuses or different perks that the weapon you're creating can have, right? The bosses can represent really large increases to those perks or those statuses that your weapon can have. And then every level that you go through can represent another tier, like, you start out at gray tier, and then you're green, and then you're blue, and then you're purple, and then you're legendary. And so the longer that you keep going, the further that you get inside of this little mini game, the better that weapon is going to be. And then you continue using that roguelike system, and just like you would in Slay the Spire, where the more times you go through the spire, the more cards you can start with, or the better cards or perks or whatever you can start with, the same thing would be true of your leveling system for your crafting skill, where as you level up that crafting skill, right, you get new abilities inside of the little crafting mini game. Maybe cards to add to your deck, or, you start with extra hit points, or, it's not a game, Aaron. Well, the game I'm playing right now is New World. The game that I'm talking about doesn't exist. This is just my hope for a future mini game for crafting that follows like Slay the Spire or some other roguelike. Or roguelite, I think is actually what they're called, for crafting. Because my biggest issue with the crafter merchant gameplay of MMOs is that because crafting doesn't actually absorb any time or require any player skill, there's no value in that. But yes, this is New World. It's on Steam is where I play it. I don't know if it's available in the Epic Game Store. They just relaunched it with the console release, so it's now called New World Aeturnum. And the servers just started 6 days ago. And it's actually doing really well. I don't know if you have played New World before, but the whole leveling experience has been totally revamped, and it's actually really good. It's a lot of fun. I've been having a blast. but the world is a lot fuller. There's a lot more stuff, there's a lot more vegetation, there's a lot more places, you know, points of interest and stuff like that. The storyline now seems to be completely voice acted. They've got way more cinematics that are really good. They've got some cool splash arts. Just all kinds of stuff like that has been added to the game. So really just a quality upgrade. I was pretty skeptical when they first talked about, you know, New World Aeturnum, it's a whole new game, blah, 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 we're launching for consoles now. And I was pretty skeptical about it. But as far as MMOs go, it's pretty good. I really enjoyed it when it first came out 3 or 4 years ago. You know, I played thousands of hours, like 2,000 hours or something like that in the first few months. Yes, in the first 4 or 5 months, I played a couple thousand hours. But the game died really hard. And a lot of that was because the leveling experience wasn't great, and the endgame looting experience wasn't very great, and the endgame PvP experience wasn't very great. They've at least fixed 2 of those things. The looting experience in the endgame and the leveling up experience are both very good. I still don't necessarily think the PvP experience is great because I don't like their war system, but I think there's enough PvE content that I can just play as a PvE player and be perfectly happy. Sorry about that, it was getting a little warm in here. I am better now. But what I'm doing right now is just leveling up my mining gathering so that I can mine the high-end ores. Make a little currency so that I can buy good gear in the future. There we go. Now I can go back to my inn. You can't be overweight and teleport, which is really unfortunate. So I gotta drop a little bit of stuff and go back to the inn. And then I'll sell all these iron ingots, or iron ores. Because, actually I might turn them into ingots. Depends on how much flux I have. Flux is pretty expensive right now, and I've been selling mine because of it. These load times, though, my goodness, come on. Of course, I guess I'd rather have high load times and smooth gameplay than fast load times and janky gameplay, so maybe I shouldn't complain so much. Iron ore, place sell order. Put this down for 87. 1 day, confirm. Those should sell pretty quickly, and then we'll go ahead and sell our silver ore and our star metal as well. I don't think these are gonna stay up here, but maybe I'll get lucky and get these sold. I doubt it very much, though. Okay. Then let's go put all this stuff back in here. Boop, 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 boop. Thing I love the most about this game, nothing spoils. I gotta admit, I love it. I really like Once Human, and I like survival games and the fact that things spoil in survival games, I really do. Like, obviously that needs to be a thing. But, goodness gracious, does it make life a huge pain in the butt. All that food stuff that I just dropped in that storage container or that storage place back there, it's all still going to be there in a month, 2 months, a year. We're good. Just trying to get up to level 150 so we can go start mining orichalcum. And then we'll take our orichalcum mining will take us up to 200, which is the max. Unless the max has changed with the new expansion, I'm not sure. But then we'll just use orichalcum mining and just mining in general to help us level. Or to help us make currency so that we can buy gear when we get to our highest level. And yeah. Hey, strange ores. Those strange ores are something you can use to get bonus XP. They're non-sellable, so they're just like your little reward for doing lots of mining or gathering or whatever. Like it. It's a nice little bonus, you know? The other thing about crafting systems that never really yields any value is refining. And that's because for the same reason, when you refine a resource in a game, it's always just a button press. Now, I don't really know how to introduce skill or time into the refining process. I might even just eliminate the refining process altogether and make it part of the crafting process and just say, you know, that as part of your crafting of an item, you know, you turn your ore into ingots, you turn your leather into hide or your hide into leather, and you do all that stuff naturally as part of the crafting process, and just eliminate refining as a skill progression, because I don't really think it adds anything of value, right? It's just another step, another button to press, and I don't really think that matters. And so I think if you just went and harvested raw materials and then turned those raw materials into the item without going through the process of refining, that's totally fine. And, you know, we already know gathering takes a significant amount of time and investment. And so I think that already is in a good spot. I think gathering is fun in video games. I do a lot of it. And so I don't see a need to necessarily change the gathering systems, but I definitely see a need to introduce some sort of time and skill into crafting systems. And I think it doesn't necessarily have to be a system like Slay the Spire either. It could be anything that could lend itself to the roguelike genre, right? It could even be an auto-battler type system. You could have, you know, a teamfight tactics style thing where your progression through your crafting skill gave you access to maybe some different characters or something like that you would progress through that system, and you would fight against AIs. Or maybe it could even be like a PvP crafting where you had to actually go through and compete in an auto battler against other crafters, and based on your rank in the auto battle, it would determine the quality of the item you were making, and maybe based on the characters you used could maybe determine the type of item you were making. That would be an extremely convoluted type of crafting system, but it'd be pretty interesting. I actually like that a lot. It would sort of turn crafting into an entire version of the game. Like, if you were a crafter, you wouldn't really do anything else. You would just kind of craft. Play that teamfight tactics style auto battler. That seems interesting. But at the very least, something like that was played against AIs. And then, you know, how well you did against the AI would determine the quality of the item you were making. Just literally anything. There are so many game genres out there that are relatively lightweight games that could easily be added into an MMO like this to be used for something like that. Or even, you know, using some sort of a dungeon to craft. There was an old tactics game where you were the heir to... You were the Prince of Hell, basically. Disgaea, there you go. The Disgaea games, where in order to upgrade your gear, you actually went into the piece of equipment and fought enemies inside of the piece of equipment in order to level it up. And the more levels that you beat inside of the item, the stronger that item got. And that was a really cool crafting system. That was a really cool way to upgrade your gear. And it added a lot to what it took to have really good gear. So even a system like that where, you know, you could take a really basic item and, you know, do some sort of game like that. Again, a roguelike or roguelite or roguelike style game that was associated with that item that would allow you to power it up in some way would be super interesting. And it wouldn't have to be you, right? You would want to set it up where players who were really good at the game or the mini game could sell those services to make your items better. And then, you know, you would need some sort of a resource that was required in order to do the upgrade, right? So you'd need iron, or you'd need, you know, maybe the special resources. So maybe we could get away from this monotonous go gather thousands of ore to make items, because this is extremely tedious. And while I find it enjoyable, it does create an environment where bots thrive really well. And so if you wanted to create a system that maybe could avoid those bots, instead of needing all of the ore, right? Because we're heroes. We're the most powerful people in the world. And I'm out here mining freaking iron. That guy is chopping down a freaking tree. He's one of the strongest people in this whole island, in this whole server, in this whole world, right? None of the NPCs are as strong as him. And he's out here chopping a freaking tree down. Like, that's kind of silly. So instead of needing, you know, those really basic materials and having to go get thousands and thousands and thousands of a basic material, you know, just make those materials exist, right? We just have those materials. And then when you're making an item or upgrading an item, then there's maybe a very special material that you need, right? Something that you get from defeating a boss, or, you know, something that you get from a very special node way down in the bottom of a dungeon somewhere, or, you know, something that you get like the claw of some mythic beast that you had to slay. And so then gathering becomes this legitimate player versus environment system, where instead of just running in circles whacking things, right, your gathering skill level is actually just increasing your chance maybe to get these special items from the specific bosses or enemies or locations where they would normally spawn. And then you just have a very small number of very special items that are used to craft the gear that your heroes wear, instead of endless hours of running in circles, which again, I'm totally fine with, I enjoy, but I feel like it's not that enjoyable by many people, and it ultimately just leads to lots of botting. And that's not really good. We don't want that. Getting so much iron. Getting so much iron. I can't believe that we've already been playing this game for 3 hours today. My goodness. I really, really enjoy running in circles, gathering up resources. Good time. Something important I think it is to note about having a crafting system that does require time is it can't just be a fire and forget time consumption, right? I can't start the item crafting and then walk away for 6 hours and then come back and the item is done and I can use it. It has to be something that uses up the actual player's time, not just has to run for a certain amount of time, because that's where the value comes from, right? These resources that we're out here gathering right now, they have value because I am physically out here gathering items. And so this is absorbing my playtime, which means I get to basically trade that playtime for a little bit of in-game currency so that I can then buy whatever I need, which is just other stuff that I could have traded playtime for, right? If I wanted to buy a potion, I could just go kill an enemy that could drop that potion, for example. So I'm trading playtime for playtime with a player who is maybe better at going out and killing enemies and getting potions. And then I'm trading to a player who needs resources to craft or refine or whatever, but doesn't want to go get the resources themselves. So they do other things to make their currency so that they can buy the resources. And so it's just this kind of cycle. But if something doesn't physically take the player's time, then it can't be a part of that system with any sort of value. Because then that player can be doing that thing and something else at the same time. And so they would be double dipping on their time. And so players are smart and they're going to realize, well, that just takes a single button press. And sure, then it takes 8 hours before it's done, but it didn't actually take any time. So they're not going to pay extra currency in game for those things. So the system does have to physically take time from the player's day in order to be valuable in that way. And unfortunately, there are just no crafting systems that fit that bill. That person thinks I'm a bot. But they're an idiot. I think the closest we have to a crafting minigame that creates value is probably Final Fantasy XIV. And y'all have to correct me if I'm wrong, and let me know. If there's a game out there where crafting items legitimately takes time from the player, pretty please somebody tell me, because I will go play that game right now. Because I am desperate for a game where I can legitimately spend time and energy crafting and making a good item and, you know, require some sort of player skill as opposed to character skill level in order to make your items. Because I love crafting, but I hate modern MMO crafting systems. They are absolute trash. And I keep doing them anyway because I really love them. I really love crafting. I really love, you know, selling and making currency in the game. I think it's a really fun playstyle. But, you know, as long as we continue to have systems that don't have any sort of time investment, they'll never really matter. It also means that gathering systems have to naturally be really bad. Right? If you don't have a crafting system that absorbs time, then the only gate that you have to stop tons and tons of items from flooding the market is to make the amount of time it takes to gather the materials extremely high. And so in order to prevent just the complete crashing of the item market, it has to really, really suck to go gather the resources to make the items. And so all of the time investment has to be placed on that end of the spectrum. And it just makes for extremely tedious and unfun gathering systems. And that could be avoided if you had a good crafting system that required player skill and player time investment. Then you get away from needing to place all of that time and dedication on the gathering system. And then you can start having gathering systems that are more rewarding and less time consuming. Because now the amount of resources needed throughout any given day is completely controlled by how many crafters there are, because each of those crafters can only craft so many items. Right? In this game, I can go craft 1,000,000 items right now if I want to. Right? If I had the currency, I could go and I could just make 1,000,000 iron swords, and it would take 10 seconds. I mean, I guess it would end up taking a little longer because there is some sort of a wait time that you have to go through here. But all I would have to do is click a couple of buttons, and then I could go, you know, out to eat and come back, and my 1,000,000 iron swords would be done. And so I can use, a single person can use all of the resources that an entire server can gather. And so you just have to make that tedious to maintain the value of those gatherables. But in a system where it legitimately takes time and energy and effort to create an item, then there isn't an infinite need for material. There's a finite need for material because the amount of items that can be crafted is also finite. And so you get to create a gathering system that, instead of being about quantity, is about quality. And so instead of being out here for an hour gathering, you know, a couple thousand iron ore, I could be out here for an hour searching for a specific enemy, or I could be doing a dungeon, or I could be going through a quest line, or I could be, you know, doing literally anything else. And then at the end of that hour, I get a single item that rewards me the same as this thousands of iron ore would. Because that single item is what some crafter needs to make, you know, the single item they're going to make in 30 minutes or whatever. And so they buy that from me. I get my reward. They spend their 30 minutes to an hour making the item. And then they are rewarded equally and additionally on top of the reward I earned. Because your time is the thing that has value. And your skill. Right, so, you know, maybe I have to be really skilled to beat whatever the boss is that gives me the gatherable that I'm after. So not just anybody can run in there and, like, solo it. You know, maybe it takes some sort of preparation. Maybe it takes, you know, a really good build. So I've had to spend time making my build good, whatever it is. But I think, all in all, it would just make crafting systems better. I think a lot of game developers thought too small when they thought minigame. You know, we had this idea of what a crafting system was from the early MMOs. And so we created systems that were similar. And we kept following along with the idea that you needed to craft hundreds or thousands of an item in order to tier up to the next level. And that's just not necessarily true. I understand that that follows logic when it comes to... That's a bot? No, maybe not. I know it follows logic that if you were actually trying to become an artisan, like a weaponsmith or an armorsmith or something like that, you would have to make thousands of an item in order to be able to do that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have that in our game. Right? Maybe making 10 of an item is enough. And that could take days, you know? I mean, depending on how long the game that you play is to make your item. Or, you know, the dungeon that you go through, or whatever it is, whatever mechanism that you have to utilize to create the item. You know, however long that takes, gates how quickly you can level up that artisan skill. And that means that the devs actually end up with a lot more control over how fast an individual can level up that skill too. Because as a server progresses in a standard crafting system, I can buy all the resources I need and be level 200 in any of the crafts right now. If I had the currency that I needed to do it, I could just bam, buy it all and be done. And so that creates this kind of weird system where, for example, right now, if I were to want to level up my refining, I would actually lose currency. So I'm gathering iron right now. And as I gather this iron, if I were to tier it up to iron ingots, and then use star metal to tier that, and then use more iron to tier it up to steel, and then use star metal to tier it up to star metal, and then use orichalcum to tier it up to orichalcum, my refining would go up. But if I sold those orichalcum ingots, at the end of the day, the value of those orichalcum ingots is less than the value of their parts. Because other people are also buying resources to make those ingots so that they can level up their refining. And so there is a surplus of the ingots and a lack of the raw materials, which shouldn't be the case, right? The refined material should never cost less than the parts required to make that material. But it's because making the material doesn't take any time, it just takes the resources. And so it can end up being done literally instantly. I got off of my line here. There it is. Now this game does give refining some value, and the way they do that is with dailies. So there are resources that you can create with refining in this game, but you can only make so many of them every day, and each person has the same limit. And so it promotes the idea that everybody needs to level up their refinings. And then you sort of get this baseline amount of value every day out of your refining profession. But there's no more value to be had after you get those dailies. And so that's just sort of this artificial gate that is put in, where if instead of only being able to make so many things, only able to refine so many of those ingots each day, or of those materials each day, if there was a system in place where you had to do something to refine the materials, and it took X amount of time, then you would still get that same limit of how many you could do a day, but that limit doesn't exist because the game artificially says you can only make this many a day. That limit exists because you actually don't have that much time in the day, right? If it took half an hour to make one of those ingots, and you played for 24 hours straight, you could only ever make 48 of them. That would be your limit. And if you were really good at it, maybe you could get a couple extra. And so I guess actually Arcage attempted to utilize that system. I never really played Arcage, but I know they had the resource that you used to do your life skills, and you could only do so much life skilling in a given day because you had to utilize that resource to do it. And so they tried to create a system that gave value to all of the different types of crafting, gathering, refining, all of that, by making you use this resource. So the thing that ultimately had value was this limited resource that everybody had the same amount of. And so that would have been great, except then they started selling that resource in their cash shop and making the game 100% pay to win, which was awful. But I could see how there could be a benefit there. The reason that system, as long as you didn't take it the pay to win route, would end up being a good system is that it gates your hardcore players from being able to amass significantly more wealth than your casual players. So if, for example, it only took, say, an hour and a half in a day to utilize all of that life skilling resource, no matter what you were doing with it, whether it was crafting, whether it was gathering, whether it was refining, you know, it took about an hour and a half in a day to utilize that resource and deplete it, then that means that even your players who are only playing an hour and a half a day have the ability to keep up with monetarily the players that are playing 12 hours a day, because they can't put any more than that single hour and a half into their life skills. Now, I think it's important that we prevent really hardcore players from getting too terribly far away from more casual players. But giving a hard cap like that really turns off a lot of hardcore players and makes them not want to play. So there's a balance in there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but it exists. But I'm incredibly hopeful for a crafting system like this in the future. I think it's the next big thing for your MMO games. We have good combat. We have good dungeons. We have good dungeon mechanics. We have, you know, interesting fights. We have really great skill systems that are really interesting and allow us to develop our character in really special and unique ways. And all of those systems are great, and all of those systems had to be developed. But crafting is one of the most interacted with systems in any MMO. Well, I say crafting, I should say life skilling. So gathering, crafting, refining, all of that. Your life skilling systems are some of the most interacted with systems in any given MMO. And they are some of the absolutely worst systems that exist. They have almost not deviated at all from the extremely old crafting systems that I remember from, like, Dark Age of Camelot, where you didn't even have gathering systems. You just had crafting systems, and you had to go buy all the materials and then craft the item. Except for a few special materials that you would get from, like, dungeons and stuff. But for the most part, you just bought the materials. It was insane. Getting pretty close here. It's all filled up. We've already gotten back all the currency I spent on my orichalcum tools, which is great. Gonna have at least another couple thousand gold here when we go and turn these in. Hey, level up. What I'm talking about. Leveling by gathering. That's the hard way to get to 50 right there. What do I have to get to? This one? No, this one. So I have to get to 300 strength in order to be able to sometimes automatically gather, like in one swing, gather an item. So close to that 150. We're going to get there. And then we're going to be able to get orichalcum. But then we got some more leveling up to do. Because we're going to want to be max level. Oops. Alright, let's get this stuff sold real quick. This person's just trying to tank the price because they're a butt face. Alright. I think I just saw a person whose name was Fartanyan. Yep, his name is Fartanyan. What a ridiculous individual. Should get all that sold. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to utilize those special items that we've been finding. That's going to help us gain some more experience here. So in order to craft these apprentice mining research books, which give us lots of XP, we need these strange ores that we've been finding. We've got 6 of them. Should give us maybe 2 or 3 levels. 4 levels. Nice. Now we just need 2 more levels to get to 150. And go get orichalcum. And we're selling lots of iron ore. Good. Oops. Why am I doing this? I don't need to run back out there. I have a teleport point. I am a dumb. Only about a level and a half to go here. Another big chunk over here. Nice. Can't believe I'm selling those silver ores at 46 apiece. Or 0.46 apiece, I guess. 46 silver, not gold. That's a lot. So much iron to gather. I've already sold thousands today. How many times have I come out here and filled up? 3 times? Or just twice? Maybe just twice. But still, that's like somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000. Donkulous. We're freaking donkulous. But because of how much iron it takes to make an orichalcum node, or an orichalcum ingot, that 6,000 is only like 100 orichalcum ingots. I think it's 64 iron per orichalcum. So you divide 6,000 by 60, you get 100, right? which is insane because it takes thousands of orichalcum ingots to level things up. You could literally be gathering resources for the rest of your life and never tier up in this game. Which is why bots are so prevalent. Because there's just so much time that has to get invested in order to gather. Because these games are built where gathering has to carry the brunt of all the time investment, of all the crafting. And so people find a way to skip all of that by using bots. And then because there's this surplus of resources, you have to retune how things work so that gathering still requires a lot of time. Because players aren't the ones who are using up the time, it's just bots that are using up time. And around and around and around we go. No, all the gatherables are gone. I need more ore. Where did all these people suddenly come from? I don't feel like there were nearly as many people out here for the last couple hours. All of a sudden, they're everywhere. Dum-dum. I mean, why waste your skill? Gosh dang it. all my nodes are getting gathered. I hate it. Here we go, level 150. We're so close. We just need a little more. Just a little more. The influence race. I don't care. One teeny tiny little bit. Ooh. Just one more node, maybe two more nodes, and we'll be 150. Then we can start leveling up towards being able to fight in the areas that I want to go gather in. And we'll be good to go. This should be it right here. Ammo, 150. Now we can harvest Orichalca more. Go back. Go in, back to Calais. I really thought that I had gotten to a point where talking and focusing for an extended period of time wasn't a problem for me, but I have definitely noticed that in the last hour or so, my ability to carry on a conversation here is diminishing pretty thoroughly. I thought I'd just gotten used to it and that I was going to be okay, but I don't think that's the case. Of course, I did only get like 4 hours of sleep last night because I didn't go to sleep until like 7 because I was playing this stupid game. But let's get all this stuff sold real quick. I'm just going to sell these outright because why not? .89. Confirm. And where's my silver ore? There it is. Place sell order for 45. Hey, somebody already bought all my iron. Confirm that. Sell this star metal. 7. From that. And we're good to go. Alright. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming by today. Thank you for sticking with me through some New World here. I really have always... Sorry, I've always really enjoyed this game. Like I said, I played a lot of hours for it when it first came out. So I'm really excited to see that it's really changed and evolved and grown over the past 3 years. So I want to stick with it, kind of see where it goes, see if they've done anything really interesting, and see if they do anything really interesting in the future. Amazon Game Studios has a huge amount of funding, so their ability to potentially make a really good game is there. And as long as the dev team has the passion and the creativity to use that funding to create something really interesting, then I think we're going to eventually get a really good game out of New World. As it stands right now, New World isn't really a wonderful game. It's a pretty good PvE MMO. As far as PvE MMOs go, I'd say it's maybe somewhere in the top 20. But it does have a PvP focus, and that does need to be taken into account, and more work on the PvP side of things needs to be done so that it can be a top 5 PvEVP MMO. And that's just not where it's at right now. So hopefully in the future, some things change and some work gets done, and we see that. But in the meantime, I'm going to be getting off for the day. Like I said, thanks for everybody who came out. Thanks for everybody who was in the chat. Thanks for anybody who lurked, who liked or subscribed or followed or anything on YouTube or Twitch. All of that stuff really helps me grow this channel. I'm still a pretty new channel. We haven't even hit 4 months of streaming yet. So I'm really excited to continue to grow this community. Primarily, we're always going to be playing, you know, survival games or MMOs, or probably survival MMOs are going to be my bread and butter. Things like PAX Day, Light No Fire in the future are probably going to be big parts of this this stream. So yeah, thanks everybody. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time with some Once Human. And then once we get done with whatever we're doing on Once Human, we'll go ahead and move back over probably to New World for another 3 or 4 hours. So thanks a lot. I hope you all have a great day, and I will see you tomorrow.